Brian's birthday party, but I got rid of them all today. LB took me to
Take them to work.
DCS, yeah, big old thing of cupcakes.
How old was he?
What's that?
How old was he?
No, my husband turned 49.
49, okay.
I'll trade him in next year.
He didn't.
Okay, at this time, we're going to call the meeting of September 3rd, 2019 to order. City Attorney, is there anything you want to mention before we go into closed session?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, thank you. The City Council is agendized for closed session discussion. Item number 1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, City of Hollister versus Don Chapin. Number 2, conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A, existing litigation, 1 case, Building Industry Association versus City of Hollister. And number 3, government with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9B, 2 potential as yet unidentified cases. That's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to move to closed session?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries.
When will she be moving?
But I'll still anyways. I'm good, thank you. Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Richmond.
Present.
Mayor Velazquez,
Here.
Councilmember Spencer,
Here.
Councilmember Lenore, City Manager Avra,
Here.
City Attorney Epperson,
Here.
and Captain Reynoso.
Here.
And the record will show Police Chief Westrick is absent.
Okay.
The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of September 3rd, 2019 was posted on the bulletin board on August 28th, 2019 at 4:18 PM per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Do I do it now?
No, good. We'll pull it. Thank you very much.
Not in the agenda, minutes from last meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
City Attorney, do you want to report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report from closed session is that the city council discussed in closed session those items agendized for closed session discussion, and direction was given to staff.
Just call.
The city council adjourned from closed session at 8:16 PM.
Thank you very much. Tonight, we have a proclamation for Jacob's Heart Children's Cancer Support Services. Victoria Lee. Is Victoria Lee here?
Victoria Lee?
Maybe she'll be here in a little bit.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Hopefully
hopefully she'll come
show
and
up.
we'll
Yeah.
do that a little later. All right, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull?
I would like to pull the minutes for
A1?
E1.
A1?
A1, and pull minutes from last meeting, which was
That's item A1.
that's item A1.
Yeah.
So
So we'll pull that.
can we pull
Yeah.
A1?
Okay, is there any other items?
For discussion purposes, I'd like to pull item A7, please.
A7? I'd like to pull item A9. Do we have any from the audience tonight?
I have none pulled from the audience, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda outside of A1, A7, and A9.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Move to item A1.
Okay, the reason I pulled this is that our meeting on August 19th, and I'm talking about agenda item E1. We had a pre-zoning ordinance on the agenda. I'm a little concerned. We discussed pre-zoning of a property at 1070 Buena Vista Road, right? Who do I talk to? Okay, this property was brought before the previous council and a unanimous vote for the pre-zoning. I think I'm correct, right?
Yeah, but did you have a correction on this item?
No, I have, well, yeah, I kind of do. What I'm going to ask is there a development plan for this property as of right now?
That's,
Because the reason I'm bringing this up, and I will read a statement from Councilman Resendez.
Spencer, it has to be a correction on this item.
There is a correction. Councilman
What happened?
Resendez statement. Thank you to these three politicians, there now will be 600 new homes in my district off of Buena Vista on the west side of Hollister. They voted Monday in a shocking vote to build more houses. They also will vote at the, well, I won't go that far.
Yeah, Ms. Spencer, this would have to be something on the minutes itself.
Yeah, it is on the
That's
minutes.
describing
I want to know,
what your
I'm
item
not
is.
trying to argue with you,
No, I know
Mayor.
you're not. But
I
it's
just want to know, we pre-zoned. We did not vote to put 600 houses on 9.102 acres.
No, but you're talking about item E1, correct?
E1.
I did not see that on our minutes at all. So
That's
what I'm saying
right.
is there's an item here. That's a discussion issue that should have happened that night. These are the minutes of the vote and the
Well, I
topic.
would have loved to, except for the fact that Councilman Roland Resendez posted this on social
Okay,
media.
but again, this is a,
That's not
We're approving the minutes as stated
Okay,
here to make
okay,
sure
I
they're.
just wanted to put it
votes are
out in the
correct.
minutes
Okay.
that he made a false statement.
Save it for your statement. Right now, if you have a correction on the minutes, this is the time to make a correction. It doesn't speak to that. I object. Let's move on, please.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any, anything from the audience? Okay, is there a motion?
Oh, it was made.
I move that,
They're here.
I move that we approve the minutes of August 19th, of 2019.
The item A1?
Yes.
Item
Yes,
A1?
I'm sorry.
There's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're gonna move to item A7.
Thank you.
Good evening. This item is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister expressing opposition and non-support of the State of California project to construct a roundabout at the intersection of SR 156 and SR 25. The reasons for the non-support of the project provides for a temporary solution with high estimated cost for the improvement, disruption to the flow of traffic during the construction period, lack of public support. At the last meeting, the City Council directed staff to prepare a resolution showing the City Council's opposition to the project. Staff has prepared that resolution for City Council consideration approval.
Thank you.
very much.
I pulled this item because I want to talk about it. It's, everybody else is talking about it. Since I'm going to vote on it, I might as well talk about it. I'm going to support the motion to tell Caltrans we're not in favor of the roundabout, but I want to talk about the issues first. I did a lot of studying. I did a lot of research. I talked to a lot of people. I also have personal experience doing roundabouts in Europe for 15 years as an adult. I have no phobia about them. They have their good points and their bad points. It broke down to this. Number one, if it was my project and my money, would I do it that way? And the answer I came up with is no. So I'm going to ask we get a vote and that we have polled the voters here and we get a recorded vote, and I want to talk about it. First, there's been a lot of Caltrans bashing, but I want to thank Caltrans because they're trying to do something to save some lives and serious injuries. Now, we don't like the solution they came up with, but at least they're trying. And I assure you, the next person who has a serious accident at that intersection is going to sue Caltrans just like they always do, especially they'll say it's a known dangerous intersection. The problems at that intersection are caused by the driver error, overwhelmingly driver error. That intersection at 25 and 156 is not inherently dangerous. It does not cross at 90 degrees, but it crosses where you have good sight lines. But if you start to try and beat that light because you see it a half a mile away and you want to get on the green, or you get in the double lane side and you refuse to let somebody else get in ahead of you, you're going to cause an accident. I'm also very concerned about the crazy driving I'm seeing coming down in other parts of 25 just because it's slow going. And I'm afraid that if the roundabout goes in, it'll reduce fatalities, but it also will reduce speed and flow, because that's what it's designed to do. I think we're going to have a lot of fender benders, and although we may have less fatalities right there at the intersection, all the way back up the road where people just refuse to stay in line because they don't want to be late for dinner or something, and they're passing on double yellow lines all the time and swerving in and out and using the left turn lanes to pass. They'll start doing more of that, and we'll have the same number of fatalities overall. They won't be at that intersection, it'll be somewhere else. So impatient drivers are a big problem there. The other problem is, of course, as said in the resolution, the cost-benefit ratio, $10.8 million if it stays on budget, and not everything stays on budget, for something that may only be there for some short time, because what we need eventually is an overpass at that point. So I'm also, finally, I am concerned that the sunk cost, if we put 10 or 8, $11 million in there, that will become automatically the de facto cross point for 125, 156, 25, 156, when 25 is improved. So I think there are much less expensive options available. We talk about them at COG all the time. We will go into them at COG in detail. But if you save a lot of money on 156.25, there's something else you can do, which is improve the intersection at San Felipe and 156, which basically is just as dangerous. Doesn't have quite as much traffic on the San Felipe Road as you got on 25, but as far as speeding trucks go, it's just as dangerous. It's just a light-controlled intersection trying to slow down big rigs. So that's the reason I'm going to vote in opposition of this roundabout. However, I want to remind everybody that when you approach that intersection, you're the problem. You're not maybe you individually, but humans are the problem, because they're driving like crazy people up there. Thank you for your time, and I would ask that if this is called to a vote, that we get a roll call vote. Thank you.
Thank you. I did ask that this item be put on the agenda to have this discussion. I've been involved with COG, the 101, 25, 156 for quite a while. This conversation about a roundabout has been going on for the past over a year now. I've asked COG several times to look at different alternatives on what we can do there. And unfortunately, they have not come up with a different alternative other than their roundabout. I don't believe the roundabout is the right solution at this intersection with the amount of truck traffic. Roundabouts do work. I want to let the public know they do work. I don't think our community is ready for a roundabout at this high speed with this much traffic at this time, especially for a short period. We're working on the new 25 widening or expressway, which would have a overpass in that area. So I've asked Caltrans to put this off and put the money towards the overpass. And unfortunately, we come to this point. Caltrans is obviously doing this to save lives in their opinion, and I can understand that. And they have numbers that have shown that there are more accidents happening now in that intersection. But we do need to slow it down. We need to start running red lights. I witness it every single day at that intersection. For some reason, people are in a hurry to save 2 seconds and risk their life, and the public needs to slow down. But at this time, we're at COG. I think at this point, I would say most of the elected officials in our community feel the same way. I can't speak for each person, but this is about expressing the majority opinion, I think, in our community and the concerns we have. Is there any other comments? Councilmember Lenore?
I just wanted to weigh in on this. It may very well be not the best option there. However, a lot of times when I'm asked to not agree with something, there's options. I have other options. So that's what's not here tonight. But I'm going to leave my trust in our COG members to come up with a viable option if in fact we don't do the roundabout. And I look forward to hearing some alternative methods. And I do want to weigh in on the fact that, yes, most of it's driver driven. It's horrendous. It's terrible to risk your life and somebody else's life to get 2 cars ahead. It makes no sense at all. So I do look forward to COG letting us know what options you might come up with that we could get Caltrans to go with. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sendes?
Very briefly, I was not at this meeting, but I heard Caltrans had a meeting, and I heard the room was full, and I heard there was not one person there that was in favor of having the roundabout. Maybe someone else can attest to that, or somebody else that was there can. But I just want to say that I'm proud of not only the city council, if it passes, and of the county for listening to the constituents and what their wants and needs are. If we don't have buy-in from the community, then we're not going to have buy-in with this roundabout. So I applaud you guys for that if it passes tonight. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? Resolution number 2019-194, resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister expressing opposition and non-support. We are on 7, yes?
A7, yes.
And non-support of the State Highway Operations and Protection Program project to construct a roundabout at the intersection of SR 156 and SR 25. I have 2 speakers. The first one is Kevin Stopper.
You read it quick.
Kevin Stopper, Hollister. I just wanted to speak a little bit about officially opposing a safety measure by the city of Hollister. While I don't actually agree with the roundabout, it is a safety measure. And I have spoken with the district, and you know I'm deeply involved with COG as well. I feel it's a safety measure because there's a lot of stuff going on at that intersection. And we all know that recently there's been people killed out there. Roundabouts work. Roundabouts, I'm a professional driver, retired of 30 years. Trucks do work in the roundabout. I think they're gonna do it either way, no matter what we say. And I think the city of Hollister opposing a safety measure is a bad precedent to set. And officially opposing it is also kind of a bad thing to say. There's a lot of talk out there in Facebook that just says roundabouts suck, roundabouts don't work for this, and roundabouts don't work for that. But when you're talking about a family member that gets killed, I think it makes a big difference rather than getting your door dented. It's going to slow traffic down. I've suggested to Caltrans myself, the engineers, even at that meeting that we were talking about, that we move 25 to the west, let them slow down with a detour and signals. That would slow people down if we did a little detour, build the overpass with the 10 million, start it with the Measure G funds, and try and build the overpass and have 25 or 156 go under it and try and make it work that way. But all you get is the typical board stairs. So, you know, when I read this, it was going through, I still have a problem with the city of Hollister officially opposing a safety measure. And me coming from a safety background, that's just my opinion.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much.
Elias Salinas.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I don't think that the city council is against a safety measure. I think that it's not wise. I'm totally against the roundabout myself. I'm not the only one, and yes, I was at the meeting, and there was a majority of people at that meeting. It was standing room only, and they had actually offered that at the end of the meeting that they were going to show some videos of how this roundabout was supposed to work. And when people started asking questions that were actually in opposition of the roundabout, they actually cut the meeting and said, if you have any questions, then they asked you to go individually to people. And I don't think it was fair to the people that attended that. So I don't know, as a city, if we can request another meeting and have them give us some answers. I think the person felt a little hostile. There was a hostile, towards them because they were so vocal up against it. But and I completely understand. People have lost their lives out there, and it's been, I believe, there's 5 fatalities that have happened, and at 5 fatalities is enough for the Caltrans to bring up the measure that they need to do this roundabout. And I just wanted real quick. I believe the city councils have gotten this letter, and I'm just going to get a couple of quotes from a letter that actually states, with regards to that there's going to be some funds coming available with regards to the interchange of Highway 156 and 25, and more importantly, that there will be new sources of revenue becoming available at the state and federal levels, and only those projects that are well along planned are actually the ones that are going to get approved for any of the fundings to do something. We need an overpass. We don't need a roundabout. You're going to get a roundabout. We have San Felipe Road and 156. We have 125 and 156. We have Union Road and 156. And we also have, people that don't forget, it's Buena Vista. And there's nothing at Buena Vista. People are just taking a chance on that road. And I know that it is error-driven people. When I come to intersections, when I'm at a light, I don't leave right away. I wait a couple of seconds, and I look to make sure that those rigs are actually going to stop at the red light. And that's what's happening is the rigs are taking the red lights. The majority of the fatalities that have happened out there, it's because of that. So driver, beware. But again, as the members of the city, we need to be out there and be vocal and say no to Caltrans and say that there are resources that we can go out for and we can try to get a roundabout, which is only temporary, by the way. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion that we adopt resolution number 2019-194, resolution of the City of Hollister City Council and the City of Hollister expressing opposition and non-support of the State Highway Operations and Protection Program project to construct a roundabout at the intersection of SR 156 and SR 25, and I'll ask for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor? Roll call.
Councilmember Resendez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Richmond.
Aye.
Mayor Velazquez,
Aye.
Councilmember Spencer,
Aye.
Councilmember Lenore,
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. We're gonna move to item A9.
Good
I
evening,
asked-
Mayor,
I-
council members.
I asked for this item to get a little more information. When we originally did the cameras throughout the downtown, although I was in support of the concept, I ended up voting no at the time because of the ongoing fees of the licensing for the cameras. What is the situation on this, and did we get other bids on this?
We did not get other bids on this action. So, just a reminder, 2 years ago, we started on a path to do some safety improvements out at the yard and the facility. Money has been budgeted through the CIP project list that was approved a year ago. And so the money's all there, ready to go. So this action is asking you to designate this company as a sole source vendor for the improvements. We hired them to do the original cameras downtown. We hired them again to expand the system downtown. We've hired them again to install cameras at Animal Control. We hired them again to install cameras at Police Department. They have unique knowledge of our system that we just cannot replicate with any other vendor off the street. We are very pleased with their work. We would own these cameras. We're not licensing any cameras or anything. We're purchasing a server that will be installed in the Public Works closet, actually. There are no ongoing fees associated with this other than maintenance.
So asking that question, so you're 100% positive there is no more licensing of those cameras per year as there were with the other ones in downtown?
No.
Are we done with those, the other licensing agreement? Because as I understood it back then, is these cameras required an annual fee. So I want to make sure that you're 100% sure of this.
I was not involved in that original deal. That was a police department deal, so
Okay.
I cannot speak
But
to
here,
that.
I mean
But here, we are purchasing the equipment.
Well, we
So
did
this
purchase
is not to
it.
be licensed.
Right, so let me clarify. We did purchase the other equipment, but the manufacturer of the cameras also had a licensing fee for the software of those cameras. So I want to make sure that we're not doing the same thing here.
Do you want to jump in, Carlos?
Especially
Yes.
today's-
I don't
today's
believe we
world.
are.
Some of the cameras that are in the downtown do have a licensing fee if you want to pay for that support. It's not mandatory. Right now, when we look at this, at the system, a pop-up screen will come up saying that it's overdue. You just click OK, and you can still view the item. So it's not mandatory, but what we are paying is a service fee. Anytime these cameras go down, instead of having our IT department going up there into the towers, they come in, they replace it, and if it's a warranty issue, they take care of that. And our cameras the system is designed so the cameras aren't down for long periods of time.
And I'm all right with that. I just want to make sure we weren't ending up in the same deal, because originally that was the issue. So in
I
today's
understand.
world, most cameras don't have that fee anymore. So I want to make sure we're correct.
Hi. I was just downstairs listening to the whole thing, making sure the streaming's working and everything. There is ongoing maintenance,
That's
annual
fine.
maintenance on all the cameras, the servers, the licensing for the software to run the servers and the cameras on all the cameras in the downtown PD and for this one too.
Okay. So just want to make sure we're clear on it. So
Yeah.
All right.
and with anything else, any kind of equipment, there's always maintenance that goes along with it.
maintenance not an issue. It's just the licensing the other time around. So thank
For
you.
you, it's an issue.
It's always
Thank
an
you.
issue for me.
But Paul, you said there is a fee for licensing for this time around as well, right?
For the software.
Well, for the software that runs it encompasses, controls all the servers, all the cameras, so that can be, viewed remotely. There's an annual
Microphone.
subscription for all that. Yeah.
Different. Okay, any other questions from anyone? Any speaker cards?
No speakers, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-196, designating Surveillance Grade Integration Incorporated as a sole source vendor for an expansion to the City of Hollister Public Safety Camera System to include monitoring of the Public Works Corporation Yard and the Industrial Wastewater Treatment Plant.
Okay, is there a motion? There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. 5-0. Thank you very much. I believe Victoria Lee walked in. So if it's all right with the council, I'd like to step back and do the proclamation.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you for coming out tonight. Whereas the character of our community is revealed in how we treat our most vulnerable. And now therefore be it resolved that I, Ignacio Velasquez, Mayor of City of Hollister, on behalf of the City of Hollister City Council, do hereby declare September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Hollister, and do hereby honor Jacob's Heart Children's Cancer Support Services for 21 years of outstanding support to our community, and acknowledging the organization's contribution to Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, honoring children with cancer in our community. Thank you very much for being here.
Okay, I'm Victoria Lee, and I'm a representative for Jacob's Heart, and I'm also a Jacob's Heart mom. Ben was diagnosed 2.5 years ago, and he is doing well now. But I want to thank Hollister for your support, and because we've gotten a lot of support over the years from Hollister, so thank you for that. Let's see, I'm going to read some because I don't have it memorized. Imagine hearing the words your child has cancer. The emotional impact is staggering. They tell you that treatment might last years. Financial worries will multiply. You lose plans of the future of having a child that's healthy. You can't comprehend what the doctors are saying. You contemplate how to get through each passing day worrying about your other children, and nobody gets it, so where do you turn? Every caring person appreciates the physical and emotional devastation that occurs when a child is diagnosed with cancer or dies after long treatment. Community support to Jacob's Heart makes sure a child with cancer and the whole family has a ride to treatment at Stanford, a house to live in, food to eat, counseling, support, and love. So I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. So much. Some
Yeah, you
info?
can leave those with city manager there, we can get those
Yeah.
out. Or we get those to the public, if there's enough of those, Bill.
Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. God, that makes me cry. I think I have one, but I'll take one.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill.
Carnival.
Ooh, the 29th. Can we all go? When can we actually be there all together?
Yeah, Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and will be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speaker cards tonight?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Charlene Van Roy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Charlene Van Roy. I live at 624 5th Street, and I wanted to share with you an interesting, entertaining article that I read this morning. It's called Help the Town. A town can be situated in a paradise. An enterprising railroad can run straight through it, and its location may be such as to make it the base of supplies for a large outlying district. Yet if its citizens by not men of the right stamp, and they do not use the right methods, all those favorable influences and surroundings will be of no avail. The town will remain a dull place, there will be no business, its citizens will not increase in number. If the citizens of Hollister desire the town to be outstripped in commercial prosperity and in the numbers of its inhabitants by its neighbors, strict compliance with the following rules will ensure this result. Hold the town lots so high that no one will buy. Encourage the county real estate owners not to place their land on the market at all. Patronize merchants and mechanics of other places. Send all the money out of town you can. If you are a businessman, pull and haul against other businessmen as much as possible. If you don't build up your own business, at any rate, pull his down. Discourage new enterprises, especially manufactories, as much as possible, and laugh at the idea of giving land for the establishment of new industry. If a new settler comes to town, give him the cold shoulder and make him feel that his presence among you is not desired. Look upon every new arrival simply as legitimate object of prey, and wrest his money from him as soon as possible. Pluck him like a pigeon. Let the towns around improve the roads from your district into their own, and thereby scoop as much of your trade as possible, while your roads remain in a frightful condition. Let every man's motto be, take care of number one, and the devil take the town. If these rules be strictly enforced by the businessmen of Hollister, we will guarantee that in 5 years, Hollister will be the laughingstock of Central California. When I read this article this morning, it sounded a lot like some of the problems we have today. But actually, this article was published in the Evening Freelance on December 24th, 1886. And I just wanted to share it with you. So I have 24 seconds. Put my Community Foundation hat on and remind everyone that San Benito Gives is on September 10th. We have 35 nonprofits competing for $70,000 of matching money. Thanks.
Thank you.
Elias Salinas?
Good evening. We had McCarthy Park grand opening a couple of weeks ago, and on that day, the mayor, Ignacio Velasquez, chose to, first of all, vote against the project, yet he was the public face of the grand opening. And you, Mayor, failed to acknowledge the 4 council members that did vote for the project, as well as thanking the city manager, Billy Avera, and Mike Chambers and other staff members, the city staff members, for the great work that they did on this project. Instead, you thanked a county supervisor for the city project. On Saturday, August the 31st, I quote, Hollister Mayor Ignacio Velasquez to Marty Richmond, "As usual, you have no idea what you're talking about. You can keep trying to convince people all you want how you think there should be more housing. You have proven yourself to be dishonest, and your word means nothing anymore, just a lot of hot air," unquote. On October 19, 2009, City Council had a resolution, and I'm going to quote a couple of phrases from it. "Whereas it is essential that city facilities remain safe and maintain an atmosphere of professionalism and dignity, and whereas state and federal employment laws require the city to protect its employees from harassment in the workplace, and whereas state and federal employment laws require the city to take all reasonable steps to prevent harassment from occurring and to take corrective action if misconduct does occur." This is a resolution that's basically for the city employees and city facilities to have a safe place. And this is what the city council members should be adhering to themselves when they're posting out on public media against other members, that they should show some type of respect instead of being completely disrespectful. Earlier this year, the city paid approximately $3,500 for you to have some type of counseling, and out of it, you got a list of words to go by, to remember, to try to keep yourselves in a more of a positive note to yourselves, to your other council members, and to the city. And it's placed out there in the dais, and you sit there every meeting, and it's to listen, respect, honest, accountable, participate, go to the source, and open mind. And you are a member, Mayor, of an ad hoc committee for the Ethics Committee, and I would like to be invited to some of those meetings. I would like to know if you've had some meetings of those, and I would like for you to start having meetings if you haven't had any meetings, because it's getting out of hand. It's really, really getting out of hand, and it's embarrassing to be out there.
I'd like to make a short comment. It is allowed by the Brown Act, a short comment. The comment is, the mayor is not on the Ethics Committee. It's, excuse me, do not comment on my comments. Thank you. I have the floor.
Mr. Richmond.
Correction, the mayor is not on the Ethics Committee.
Really?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker cards?
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. City Manager?
I have nothing to report tonight. As we run into D2, I would ask maybe if Christine could go first and give her information from her training from last week, and then any other department heads that are in the room that have any to come up here as she's speaking.
I attended the Pacific Leadership Program last week, and it was really interesting. I discovered it's a 3-year program. The training takes place in San Juan Bautista. The attendees were not only city clerks, we had a diverse array of participants. Some of the job descriptions were fire chiefs, accountants, county administrator, human resource manager, public works director, purchasing agent, engineer, and a librarian. We learned our different leadership styles and the reason for the importance of that knowledge. When we know this, we know how we affect other people and how other people have an effect on us. We can communicate more effectively with colleagues and others by identifying actions and behaviors. We studied personal bias and preference and how that shapes our perceptions and misperceptions, how our beliefs may not be what we think they are, and explored our subconscious blind spots so we can look at a challenge differently and become authentic leaders. Truth-centered knowledge, compassionate inquiry, and storytelling can help us live a more genuine life and better connect with and serve our organizations and our communities. We learn the art of feedback as a way of helping another person to consider their behavior and actions. It should be descriptive and specific and directed at something that can be changed. It's not an opportunity to dump or unload. You must ask yourself before giving anyone feedback what your intentions or motives are and who you're trying to help. We had the city manager of Benicia, Lori Tinflow, presented, and she was available for professional development conversations, which I had with her, and it was a really great experience. I look forward to going back next year.
Perfect.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Last month, the fire department sent 2 firefighters to a driver-operator course as part of their probation to become firefighter engineers. Also, 2 chief officers went to the All Hazards Liaison Officers course to be part of an incident management team for large-scale incidents. And the administrative assistant attended a 2-block series of grant management for grant writing, grant management, and grant termination. That concludes my report, pending your
Thank you.
questions.
Thank you.
Any others?
I think we're good, thank you.
Okay. We'll move on to public hearings. We're gonna go to item F1. Oh, there is no public hearing, so we're gonna move to item F1.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. This item, F1, is the second reading of Ordinance 1182 for the pre-zoning of a property at 1070 Buena Vista Road, the Woodle property. It's a little over 9 acres, and it's proposed to be pre-zoned R3 MPZ, which is Residential Medium Density Performance Overlay. If I may answer Councilmember Spencer's question from earlier, there is no development proposed at this time. R3 MPZ allows 8 to 12 dwelling units per acre, which I believe the calculation on this property is 72 to 109 residential units if it is annexed and developed in the future. If there are any other questions, I can answer them, but at this time, staff recommends that the council hold a public hearing and then read by title only, waive full reading, and adopt the ordinance.
Councilor Resendez?
How many homes are being proposed? I think we roughly said close to 600 last time we talked, all along Buena Vista.
If you include the Allendale subdivision, which is in the area, but it's a North Street extension, that's 279. And then there's one development under construction that's just started grading now that I believe is 168. So, and then there's this pre-zone, and then there is another pre-zone that's in process, but they're doing Williamson Act, so that hasn't gone to the planning commission.
Fernando's property?
Correct.
Which can include up to how many?
I don't know. I believe, Abraham, it's about 15 acres, you said last time, or 12? Yeah, and so that, if it comes to pre-zone, if they figure out their Williamson Act, that would also be 8 to 12 units per acre, but there's nothing proposed at this time.
Again, so close to 600, potentially.
Potentially, but I mean, it would have to be approved by planning commission, all that kind of things.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Richmond?
First of all, the Gonzalez property, that is not pre-zoned yet, is that correct?
That's correct. It's several steps behind where we're at with this particular piece.
So the fact that someone put in an application doesn't mean they get it, right?
Correct.
Second item, both the Gonzalez property and this property would be subjects, my understanding, to the growth control ordinance that we put in, we voted in. Is that correct?
Well, I'm assuming that the growth control, your new growth management ordinance will supersede any processing of tentative maps for these projects. I'm
What-
assuming that you're gonna have your first reading at the next,
Right.
your first reading of the growth management ordinance will either be at the next meeting or the October 7th meeting at the latest.
So if we can make assumptions on how many units are gonna be built, we can make assumptions that we're gonna read the growth control ordinance, and since we voted it in, it's going to get published and it will become official. When that's official, it's my understanding that for single-family homes, the total every year for market rate for the entire city will be 159, or the RENA numbers from the state, whichever is larger.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Just for the record.
Correct.
I have an opinion. I don't think the RENA numbers from the state are going to be larger than 159 single-family units. So that's not for Buena Vista. That is for the entire city of Hollister. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's for a year.
Per year, correct.
That's right. So that's the only, then, for market rate, single-family homes, like, if the number is not exceeded by the state government, we would be limited to 159 units per year.
Correct.
So the fact that some piece of land can hold 500 units won't make any difference. It's gonna be 159, and I understand, you can correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't wanna get the staff, please, city manager, please feel free to jump in. That's a competitive process, is it not?
It will be, and I don't wanna, I don't wanna rain on anybody's parade, but I think the item in front of you tonight is the second reading of
Yeah.
the ordinance. And I understand, I know what we're trying to get at, but I think that we wanna sort of stay somewhat on track and just.
I tend to agree with you, but all of a sudden, we're talking about, we were just, 1 moment ago, talking about developments that are not on the agenda.
Well,
There's no reference here
Okay.
to.
I can
to any
summarize,
other
I can
development.
summarize our general plan and basically say that anywhere in the city of Hollister's sphere of influence, if you wanna say, go out on a limb, yeah, we have planned for 3,500 homes. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're gonna be there, but that's what we've planned for because that's our former arena numbers.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's really disingenuous to pick areas out because everywhere in the city has.
I agree.
Has general plans. So,
I agree. So I'll close off by saying that this property is going to be subject to the growth management plan we put in, and that the growth management plan, unless it's superseded by the state, will be 159 single-family homes per year throughout the entire city of Hollister. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers? Well, since we brought up this conversation, let's expand on it.
Okay, you first.
Because Bill, I agree with you, but now that we're opening these things and giving information this way and that way, let's be upfront and honest. We have currently, is it 2,000 units that have gone through the process, or what was the number?
again, you are correct.
Okay, so I
wait,
know,
wait.
Bill, it's gonna be hard for you to explain this.
No, I'm not.
I understand.
Because it really doesn't change, Mayor. There's been
off
2,000,
subject.
there's been 2,000 allocations available to people for the last 20 years because you give 159 and you take 159. So what you have in your savings account is always going to be there. That's just the way our system works. So,
Okay.
yeah, you have 2,000 something in allocations.
Okay,
Right.
how many of those 2,000 have to abide by this new formula?
None.
None of them.
None,
None.
right? So those 2,000 in a hypothetical world could decide they want to build next year, and we couldn't say only 159 of you are going to build. We'd have to
Oh.
allow that to go on, correct?
I-
Plus the 159. So the point I'm making here, I want to be clear about what we're talking about and not just
Okay,
throw numbers
I
back.
lied. I did lie. So when I talk about allocations, allocation is not an entitlement. So I'm not sure exactly how many entitled lots are out there right now. Is it safe to say maybe 1,000? Okay,
So-
let's say 1,000. And so hypothetically tomorrow, sure, if they met all their conditions, they can start.
Right, and I'm just trying to point that out.
But that-
is,
But I mean,
it doesn't mean, I just want to make it clear that it doesn't mean that as of today, it's only 159 units, no. It's whatever of that group wants to come through is going to be able to come through without any limitations. Just so we're upfront and honest about these conversations.
Because they went through the due process already.
That's fine, and that's okay.
You understand that?
I'm just
But
pointing out.
Can
if
you
we're gonna
point
have
out in
this conversation-
2011, we didn't build any?
Yeah. That's just-
So,
that's-
How about that 6-year
We
moratorium?
just want to make
Didn't
sure,
build
I'm trying to
any.
make sure that if we're going to have these conversations, let's put it
Let's
all on
say
the
the
table.
whole story.
I'm telling the whole story.
Both
There's-
sides.
There's 2,000 units
Nah,
out
you
there.
never get the whole
Of those
story from you.
2,000, at least 1,000 would not have to abide by the 159 limits, plus these other units that are coming online. And there are many more applying, correct?
There are some applications,
Yeah.
but yeah.
So I just want to put that out there.
Well, as long as we'll just go on forever,
Okay, we
as
can
far
go
as
on
I'm
forever.
concerned, sure.
It's early.
So, it is early, because we're 1 o'clock in the morning, people.
That's
I just
right.
want to make sure. So these applications that are going to come in, the mayor said, well, there's applications out there. Those applications are new applications, they would have to abide by the 159, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so they did. So after a year of fiddling around and putting out a growth management ordinance that, I won't blame the mayor, I'm not gonna make this personal, but the city council, excuse me, do not comment when I have the floor. Mr. Mayor, you.
I don't hear you objecting to when Councilmember
Hang on,
Lenore
hang on.
objects
Councilmember
and makes her side comments every
She
single
was
time.
not commenting
It has to
while
go both
I had
ways,
the floor.
just pointing out the facts. Thank you.
When
Let's-
I
hang
have
on.
the floor.
Mr. Richmond, I have the floor right now.
No, you do
But
not.
hang on,
I
I do,
have the
hang on a
floor.
second. So let's work all clear here, because I do, as much as we disagree, I've always pointed out that all of you have a right to voice your opinions.
Yes.
And we're gonna make sure everybody exercises
Right, but
that
not
right.
while I have the floor.
Hey,
I did not interrupt you.
You're interrupting me right now.
No, I'm
So-
not. You did
What
not
I-
take the floor back officially. Go
I-
ahead.
I did.
Say you are,
I did.
okay?
What I want to point out is that each of you have a right to speak in what you believe without cutting each other off
I'm sorry
or
I did
attacking
that.
each other.
I'm sorry I did
That's all I'm
that.
pointing out. And each of you, and I've said this from day one, I will always protect your right to do that.
Well, you've never enforced it.
No, I do, Mr. Richmond.
Miss-
So, Mr. Richmond, go ahead.
You do not enforce it, Mr. Mayor. Let's get down to brass tacks. When Mr. Resendez interrupts me, you never ask him to stop.
Mr. Richmond, go ahead and make your statement.
Thank you. Do I have the floor?
You do. That's like, go ahead and make your
Thank
statement.
you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The
Then
truth
now-
of the matter is, we wasted a year when the city council tried to put through a backdoor moratorium. They took a year, they sent it, they knew it would never pass at the state, but they sent it to the state, and the state sent it back with an insulting letter saying, if you try to implement this, we're gonna take away your housing element authorization. So we wasted a year. When I came here, I was determined to get the growth management ordinance done, and we've got it done. Now, Mr. Resendez has said he doesn't like it because he wants it to be 0. The mayor said he doesn't like it because I believe the number was 100, and it wound up to be
Mr. Richmond, if you could
159.
just speak for yourself rather than each person.
Excuse
That would be very
me,
helpful.
that's on the record. Thank you very
Well,
much.
please. speak
You are
for yourself.
interrupting me, sir.
I'm just trying to make.
I
this
am speaking
a
for
meeting
myself.
That we can have in a positive environment.
I would
Please.
like to have a positive meeting.
Okay.
It's, I don't need to defend what I'm saying. Thank you. Don't interrupt me, please.
Well,
I have the
I'm
floor.
asking not to include other council members. Please speak
I,
about what you believe
it's
in
on the
and not
record,
include
sir.
others.
It's on the record.
That may be, but please just.
I can,
state what
I
your
can say
case is.
whatever's on the record.
State your case, and not attack other
It's
council
on the
members.
record. Okay? It's on the record, just like the mayor's votes are on the record, and he keeps saying, I didn't vote that way. I have the paperwork. Look, this has been an insult-a-thon, we all know that. We're adults here. This is ridiculous. The mayor wants to have a moratorium. He doesn't want to bring it to a vote because he doesn't want to lose. So he keeps going backdoor and trying to do it. Now, he wasted, that city council, I didn't say the mayor, I said that city council wasted a year. Does anybody deny that? They wasted a year. They sent it in. It had so many charges on it, the state told us to take it back or they would decertify us. No one's going to deny that because we have the records. I was here to get that growth management ordinance done, and I got it done. Now, some people are unhappy because it's not 0. Some people are unhappy because it's not 100. It's 159. we're dealing with some developments, I hate to say this, that haven't been worked on since 1990. And they're still sitting here as allocations. Now that's 19 years, okay? 29 years, excuse me. So if you got stuff from 1990, you're not gonna be able to fix that, let's be honest. Now, we can all use that as some kind of political lesson. We either move forward or we don't. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Councilmember Lenore.
I do want to say that I should not interject when it's not my turn. I just get a little bit excited. So I do acknowledge that I shouldn't interrupt you.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Any speakers? Or Councilmember Resendez?
And I appreciate you being truthful about that and honest, and thank you.
Do we have any speaker cards? Speaker cards?
Are we going to talk about this item?
Wow. You know, it's really disappointing and it's really embarrassing. And people are watching. People are keeping an eye out. People are making decisions on what's going to happen in the city and what's not going to happen in the city, and based on their votes or based on not their votes. You're very clever, Mayor, on trying to say that there are.
On this item?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
It's based
please
on
ask
this
the
item.
question.
You come out here and you say that there's 2,000 homes.
I'm asking you to speak on this item. There's
I am.
nothing
You
in
just,
here that's-
you just specifically
No.
stated this, okay? There aren't that
Ms.
many homes that are
Salinas,
being
Ms.
stated that
Salinas,
are,
we're
that are
talking
being
about-
built.
Let me tell you what we're
No,
talking
you
about here.
are twisting the facts when you go out there, and I'm calling you on it.
Ms.
And
Salinas,
this has to do with
I'm
this
gonna have to
exact
cut you
subject.
off if you're not
You
gonna speak on
changed
this
it, you
item.
changed it, and now you can be able to speak on this.
No, I did not change it. The item here is very clear. An ordinance to pre-zone 9.102 acres for future annexation to the R3M/PZ medium density residential performance overlay zoning district. Do you have a question on that item?
You are trying to clarify how many houses are being allocated, and you are trying to say that there's too many houses allocated when they haven't been. We have had a moratorium, we have had the real estate crisis go down, and you go out there on social media, and you're going to go out there on social media and state that what is allocated is not true. I'm just
Do you
saying
have
that
a
you need to
question
come
about
out,
this
when you're
item?
gonna be up at that dais, you need to speak the truth.
Okay, well, so do you.
I am speaking the
Now, do you
truth.
have a question about this item?
I am
as it
I
is
have a
stated
statement.
here?
I don't have a question.
Okay.
I have a statement.
About
And
this item.
obviously, you don't like what I'm telling you.
No.
That's why you're trying to
That's
shut
not
me
what
up.
we're talking about here. Thank you.
I have no more speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
All right, is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept ordinance number 1182 of the full reading for the real property to medium density residential performance overlay zoning district. Uh-huh.
What was the correction? I'm sorry.
And adopt.
Yeah, you waive full reading and
Wait,
adopt.
full reading.
You want to read that?
Oh,
Get it correct?
I'm trying.
I know, I'm just,
Okay.
I could do it.
Okay, waive full reading and adopt an ordinance amending Municipal Code Chapter 17.24.250 pre-zoning for specifically described real properties, APN 019-120-005 to medium density residential performance overlay zoning district.
okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. We'll move on. I mean,
Was
no.
that 5-0?
No, it was
3-2.
3-2.
You asked for ayes and you didn't say no's.
What's that?
You asked
didn't ask
for
for
ayes,
no's.
you didn't ask for no's.
Okay,
Okay.
let's step back. Can we have a roll call vote on this so
Okay.
we're clear? I did make that
Yeah,
mistake. You're
that's all
absolutely right.
Councilmember Resendez?
Absolutely not.
Vice Mayor Richmond?
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez?
No.
Councilmember Spencer?
Yes.
Councilmember Lenore?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you very much. We'll we'll move to item F2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real quickly, I apologize that you keep seeing this item. However, this item's slightly different than the last one that you made a motion on. This contract for the Development Services Director is for 1 year at the same rate that was discussed at your last meeting. I will say that when we talk about 1 year, I just want to make sure everybody's clear that it actually almost really means 24 months. So there's a 1 year period under contract, and then there's a 12-month period in which you have an opportunity to either extend, or that's essentially their severance period or their wind down period, however you want to look at it. So essentially the same thing that was on the table last time, only this time it's just 1 year. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
City Manager,
Yeah.
I thought the number, the motion before was at a lower number, base.
The
Base rate.
no, the motion before was at the base rate and then a 2.7 and a 2.7 in the second and third year. So we're maintaining the base rate and that's it.
So the raise would be how much? I'm sorry?
No, so the 155 that you're seeing right now is the same beginning number that was adopted at your last meeting. However, there's no raise going into the second and third years. It's just $1 amount for essentially the 24-month period, or until there's an amendment or an extension of his contract.
Okay, thank you for that
You're
clarification.
welcome. Sorry about
Okay, is there any other questions? No, any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
All right, is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-201, authorizing the city manager to execute a 1-year employment agreement with Brian Swanson as Development Services Director.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
No, I'll let Mr. Zendes have the second.
There's a motion, second, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. We'll move to item F3.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, what you have before you is an item for a recommendation or authorization to hire 2 traffic officers. The department was asked to come forth with a recommendation. It's been 16 years since the Hollister Police Department has motor units. They were eliminated back in 2003 due to budget cuts and the inability of us to obtain a second or at that time a third grant through the Office of Traffic Safety. There were 4 officer positions that were laid off back in 2003, and the first ones to be eliminated were the traffic units. Since then, we haven't had the number of citations issued since we had the motorcycle units. They're obviously easier to obtain, to issue citations because of their unique ability to go in through traffic and be able to maneuver through heavy traffic. And it's also the ability for the motorcycle not to be seen. We take pride in our patrol cars. We make them very visible. And because of that, they are also visible by people who tend to speed and run red lights. And when they see our units, they obviously slow down. So having motorcycles would facilitate the enforcement of traffic. Motorcycle enforcement through other cities have been used successfully to reduce dangerous driving habits and make the road safer. One unique thing about motorcycles is as the motor officers are deployed, and they are visible throughout the city, they sometimes are even, they cause people to slow down even when they're not working, because people know that they're around and will slow down because they saw a motorcycle at an intersection or know that they were there the day before. And unbeknownst to them, they could be at training or somewhere else, but it does have an effect to slow people down overall because they're so difficult to spot from far away. What you have before you are 2 recommendations for 2 positions. The amount includes the salaries for those 2 new positions, the motorcycles, the equipment, the training, radio installation onto the motorcycle, and unique motorcycles require unique uniforms for safety, and with a total of $406,966.18, with an ongoing cost of annual recurring costs for the 2 officers of $338.
Okay, excellent. Is there any questions or comments from council?
I have a
Councilman
comment.
Lenore?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
'cause not just question, but comment. All right, so I do support this. I do support this very much. I'll tell you what, though, I do have one request, and that's that these two officers be retained on the motorcycle patrol and not switched over to car patrol, because this is a wonderful start for traffic enforcement that we so badly need in this town. So I really want to see a dedicated officers to that one thing. We worked hard on Measure E and Measure W. We heard the people. They said they wanted a safer community. That's why they voted for it. Fire and police was the headlining thing. Then other folks obviously supported recreation and other things. But I really hope that these two officers stay on patrol, and that's what they do. And I tell you what, I am in supportive of enhancing the police department. That's why I would vote for this. But the patrol is a different issue for me than these two motorcycle officers. So that would be my only request. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, Vice Mayor Richmond?
Captain Reynoso, does the police department currently, if it had 3 motorcycle officers, does it have the infrastructure to support 3? Or why? I'm afraid we're going too light with 2. The question is, if you had 3, do you have the infrastructure in place to support 3?
We currently do not have any of this equipment, and we would, if approved today,
Well, I understand,
start
they
working
would
towards
need
that.
equipment, but assuming the third one would be equipped like number 1 and number 2, the other infrastructure that, for instance, if you have qualification ranges, driving schools or tests or whatever, is all that regular infrastructure? Could you support another traffic patrolman, make it 3? If you
Yes,
had it?
if we had it, we could implement it, but going from no traffic officers right now, no motor units, to 2 is going to be extremely beneficial to the city. If we add a third or more, it's going to be even more beneficial, but there's other needs that the department would have at this time. If you're willing to give us more positions, we currently do not have a swing shift. We have just day shift and graveyards. We don't have swing officers that are working during the busiest time that could help with our the whole community as a whole. So if you were to talk about adding more than the 2 traffic officers, I would say that we would gladly take more officers, but use them more for the swing shift and the patrol. Now, a city of our size would benefit from even having 4 more units. Typically, a city the size of Hollister would have at least 4 and a traffic sergeant. But that's also when we have 4 detectives and a full swing shift. So the 2 traffic units would be fantastic. They would do a great job in reducing the problem we have currently right now. But if you want to look at it towards the future, maybe next year or the following year, once you've seen what 2 units can do, if you want to add more traffic officers, that would be my recommendation, to do it in steps.
Thank you. I'll tell you what my concern is, so so I can talk about it. My concern is, first of all, I'm very concerned about the traffic problems. I've had several people pass me on double yellow lines when I'm going the speed limit, and they want to get around me. That's how bad it is. I see them drag racing down the airline highway with people on the wrong side of the double yellow lines, weaving in and out of oncoming traffic. I see them drag racing in the parking lot in front of Kmart. I see the people on 25, and I understand you may not be patrolling all of 25. I see the people on 25 using the left turn lanes as a passing lane. It's getting just crazy, and I think what happens is you can't stay lucky forever. So we are playing around with a potential tragedy somewhere, especially around the schools, when the schools are in and the parents and guardians are late for work and they decide they're going to get their kid to school faster. And I am concerned because our turnover rate is very high, and that if we put only 2 people on the traffic patrol, the turnover rate will either get one of them or both of them, or it will get somebody on, as Councilmember Lenore brought up, get somebody on patrol, and you will be in an emergency situation where you gotta move the traffic person to the control, to the patrol, and the traffic doesn't have anybody left, or only has 1 person left. So, I'm not gonna force you to take another person, but I think I would ask you, after we vote, if we approve it, to sit down with you and the chief and a pencil and a paper and see if we can support a third one. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez?
Where are we with the study that was being done to tell us how many police officers you needed? Is it completed?
My understanding is the final draft has been completed, and we should be, hopefully this month, if not the next month, this month's next council meeting, if not the next one, should be ready for presentation.
All right. I'm looking forward to seeing that. I would suggest that we don't act so hastily and add on another police officer until we see the study, aside from these 2. Thank you.
I wanted to take a second to thank you and the chief. I remember, was it 2 years ago or so, we asked the chief for a couple officers just for traffic, and he was quite honest and said, at this time, I could not promise that we would use it for traffic, and he would tell us when he was ready. So obviously, you guys are ready for this, and I'm excited about it. I think 2 officers out there are gonna make a big dent. You're not gonna catch everybody every time, you know, these things happen, but I know the message is gonna get out that there's a good chance you're gonna get caught. And when you get caught, it's gonna be costly, and when you come crying to us about your ticket, I don't think anybody here is gonna listen to them about it. So I'm excited. Here's what the other question, is this gonna be another electric bike, or did you guys
No, sir.
not have a good experience with that?
No, this will be a full-time electric bike.
I'll volunteer part-time.
Sure.
To drive the electric bike. so.
Yep, after I do. But yeah, the electric bike doesn't hold the charge for all day,
Line up.
and you would have to have additional bikes to be able to do that. So we're going to go with the traditional motorcycle for that. We will have the motorcycle, the electric bike, also to supplement to that. So whoever of the 2 officers are selected to be the motorcycle officers, if there's somebody on the list who wants to be that, they're going to be able to, with the Office of Traffic Safety grant, go out on the electric bike from time to time to continue their training. And if there is an opening for the motorcycle position, that other person who's been using an electric bike will be able to just move right into the traditional motorcycle.
Excellent. Again, I'm excited about this.
You should ride the electric one.
I'll ride the electric. I'll be happy to. Okay, do we have any comment cards?
Resolution number 2019-202, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing the creation of 2 traffic enforcement officer positions, the purchase of 2 fully outfitted police motorcycles and associated equipment, certified training for the assignment of traffic enforcement, and an appropriation of $406,966. I have 2 speakers. First speaker is Diego Ochoa.
Good evening. It's fun to be on this side of the dais for once. Diego Ochoa, 1481 McDonald Circle. So I'll be speaking tonight in 2 different respects. One is as a citizen, and the other, and a father, and then the other is as an educator. So as a parent, I think the idea of having traffic enforcement out in the city of Hollister is something that's sorely needed. Just watching children get to and from school, and some concerns about driving that happens out there. I think it's going to really be an opportunity as a parent to feel that dangerous behavior is going to be acknowledged and dealt with by these officers. So as an educator, I look at this as an opportunity to teach, so that these 2 officers are basically taking a huge number of drivers and teaching the correct way to get to and from and around town and in and around schools and highly populated areas. As an educator, I know that most children getting to school have a number of different people who drive them there. It is not always mom and dad. It is uncle, it is aunt, it is neighbor, it's childcare provider. So we're really not just talking about parents, we're talking about the pinch hitter, the person who drives kids when they weren't expecting to and doesn't know that when you are dropping kids off at Mays, you now have to go down to Hillcrest or Sunny Slope, come up Memorial, turn left, yeah. So that's just an opportunity to educate, and I think that's something we should always be trying to do. Also, as an educator, I just have a lot of faith in Hollister PD. I think that they'll be firm but fair with people. I think that they'll look at the best interests of the citizens, and I managed to say all that with my 2 toddlers sitting right behind me, so thank you.
They're doing good.
Thank you.
Mr. Ochoa.
Kevin Stopper?
One more time. Kevin Stopper from Hollister. I just wanted to build the support on this item with Mr. Richmond and Mr. Ochoa. Exactly what they were saying on top of it. I think it's going to be a real good thing to have, because I used to walk my daughter to school up at Sarah Vista, and I saw a lot of things. Running stop signs, running moms and dads, I'm not going to go either way, on their phones. That's a good thing for motorcycles. I'm a motorcycle rider myself, and you pull up next to a guy or a gal on a stop sign, and it's going like this, and motorcycles are the best thing to catch that at. So that's a good one to train. It's just around school zones, I can't believe what goes on. Walking to Sarah Vista, I saw more stop signs run than I did when I was driving truck for 30 years. Speeding, that sort of thing, that's just, it drives me nuts. So that's going to be a good thing to attack with the motorcycles, because they can sit over on the corner and be incognito. In just around town, the speeding that goes on, I know Union is a nice little freeway up there, up towards Glenview where I live. But I'm in full support of it, and I think the third one that Mr. Richmond brought up is a good idea. Maybe possibly cross-train a motor guy into a car for, sliding that person in. Could be a resolution to kind of ease in that person, with the budget and all that. So it's just a thought, but I just want to voice my support for that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'd like to make a friendly suggestion, amendment to our resolution. At what point do I do that, Mr. Mayor? After the motion?
Well, you're the one making the
Make
motion.
the motion,
Well, I
put it
want
in.
to change it. I
You would
wanted to state that these 2 motorcycle officers are going to work exclusively on traffic enforcement and not be able to switch over into patrol. That's the one thing I want to hear, because we're talking about traffic control right now, not crime. Even though that's a crime, we're talking about traffic control, all right? So I want that friendly amendment to state that we're going to approve the creation of 2 traffic enforcement officers to work exclusively on traffic enforcement. I don't know if you all
So
agree. That's
you
my
would not have to
amendment.
make a friendly amendment, you just make your motion
Okay.
stating exactly what you stated.
So I want to make I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-202, authorizing the creation of 2 traffic enforcement officers to work exclusively on traffic enforcement, and the purchase of 2 fully outfitted police motorcycles and associated equipment, certified training for the assignment of traffic enforcement, and the appropriation of $406,966.
Okay,
I'd like to make a second with a friendly amendment, if I may.
Okay.
I would like to ask the maker of the motion if she would accept to amend the word exclusively to the word primarily, and the reason is that although I would wish I could say exclusively, I think we have to give the senior police department executives the authority to use the officers somewhere else in the event of an emergency, and I don't want to have to define that. I think we have to depend on their judgment when the emergency exists. So I wonder if the maker would accept that.
I do not entertain that friendly amendment.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I cannot support exclusively. I'm sorry. I
Okay.
wish I could.
There's a motion.
I withdraw my second.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against?
Aye.
No.
4-1.
3-2.
It's 4-1.
So that's 4-1 with the amendment, yes?
Yeah.
No, no.
With
Oh, yes,
exclusively.
Exclusive, yes. 4-1. Okay, we're gonna move to item 4.
Good evening, Mayor Velazquez and council members. Tina Garza, Recreation Supervisor. This resolution before you will amend the Recreation Coordinator job specification and a salary range for a full-time Recreation Coordinator. The City of Hollister Recreation Division, we develop and manage programs and events that enhance the quality of life for residents in San Benito County. And the Recreation Division offers a full range of programs, including youth and adult sports leagues, community events, youth and adult enrichment classes, and park and facility management. Programs, parks, and facility managed by the City of Hollister Recreation Division serves hundreds of people daily. For you, we're requesting a fully funded recreation coordinator position, and the essential job duties will include to serve as a liaison to community and civic organizations with a goal to bring monthly community events to Hollister downtown area, engage and educate the community about the City of Hollister Recreation Divisions by increasing our presence at local community events. Currently, there's a lot of people that want to include us, organizations like to include us in their events, and I just feel like right now at this moment we're understaffed to have them go out in the community, and I think it's important for us to be present there, not just letting them know what our programs are, but it's just that engagement that we offer and the essence of having fun out in the community. We'd also like to implement multi-channel marketing and include a monthly newsletter. We will work with local school districts to create and implement recreation programs for youth, teens, and persons with physical and intellectual disabilities. Assist in pursuing additional resources for programs through grant applications, donations, and other funding sources. And this recreation coordinator position will also support current recreation programs, events, and office administration. Although in our recreation department, we're short-staffed, but we do a lot for the community, and it's because we help each other out, and there's a lead person that takes care of an event, and then everyone else, all the other staff included, supports that person, not just in our department, but through other organizations within the community. I would just like the City Council to consider a resolution to fund the coordinator position and the appropriation from the general fund to hire a coordinator. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from council? Councilmember Resendez?
Not necessarily a question, just a statement. I just want to say that obviously I think you guys have been doing a phenomenal job. I think that you guys are stretched thin. I think we have, 4 free sports every year now? It's football for free, basketball for free, tennis for free, and baseball for free.
And a marathon club. The marathon club.
So
have
now
a
we
run
have got
club.
5 free sports available to the youth in our community, if I'm not mistaken. All of the other community events that you guys do, like Kids at the Park, Treat Sweets,
Treat Streets.
the movies,
Movies Under the Stars.
the art, the science. I mean, I can go on and on and on and on. I think that we really need to shift, or not shift our focus. I think we need to give you more resources, and we need to be more preventative in the sense that we invest in our youth, invest in our community, and then we will probably not see so many resources going after the fact. We need to catch them when they're young, get them involved, and I want to see more of this, so I support this 100%. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you to you also. You are one of our crime fighters by preventing crime in the first place. I recently had a conversation about the rec department, and you in particular with one person, and how they found out you offered different programs that they did not know, and how they are so committed to going there all the time now, and how excited they are, and all the other programs they found out about. As I've spoken to you before, if we can eventually put together a leaflet, paper, or something that shows all of the things our community offers through the schools, rec department, we wouldn't have so many people say there's nothing to do in our community, because there is a lot to do for our kids in our community. The programs we offer there and all the other agencies really is something that we should all be proud of, and I'm excited for what you're doing at the rec department.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any comment cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. For item F4, resolution number 2019-203, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister amending the Recreation Coordinator job specification and salary range, and authorizing an appropriation of $75,000 from the general fund to hire one recreation coordinator. I have one speaker, Rudy Pache.
City Council, Hollisterites. My name is Rudy Pache, and you know, I try to come to City Council meetings. I try to watch them, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, what I really feel like we do in this room is try to afford for the quality of life for the people who live here. Like we're all negotiating for people who live in Hollister to have high quality of life. And I feel as though, you know, a lot of people are moving here, and that's great. You know, this is a great town, great climate. My concern is, you know, what are people gonna do when they get here? Because when I was a kid here, I did feel that way. I felt like, you know, what's there to do in Hollister? You know, but get into a little bit of good-natured, you know, kind of trouble and stuff like that. There is a lot of stuff to do here. This kind of thing is specifically really important for that quality of life, right? No matter who voted for it or was for it, I really like that McCarthy Park. That was an underserved area, you know, an area of town that didn't really have much going on. When you look at it, you know, even today on Google Maps, it was a brown blight on the town. Now it's a beautiful park where people are coming out, excuse me, utilizing the park, enjoying that space, and having a good time. So this kind of thing is exactly what I think this town needs more of. Getting kids away from their television screens, their gaming screens, their Nintendos, their gadgets, and their whizzle-wuzzles. I don't even know what the systems are these days. I played video games, but when it was sunny out and it was beautiful, I went outside to play. These kinds of things are specifically what kids need. And I definitely support this. I would, you know, hope other people support it as well. But again, you know, a high quality of life for the people that live here. Like you guys were saying, get them in, get them young, get them into sports, get them, you know, like I said, away from their TV screens. I have, you know, a niece and a few nephews, and a lot of them, you know, with how attractive and these gaming systems are, it's kind of hard to get them away from the screens. And I think that, you know, as understaffed as they are, they do a pretty darn good job of doing that. So I totally support this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, before you make a motion, I'd like to have Tina, there was a couple of earlier agenda items that involve some recreation, so if she can have another 2 seconds of your time to talk about the Red Ribbon Run and parking days, would you allow her to do that before you take a vote on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a couple of announcements. On September 21st, It's a Saturday. We're going to have a parking day. And something about parking day is it's an international event. It's usually on the third Friday of September. But we decided that we were going to offer it on a Saturday just because we're a commuter town, or it's September, so it's Friday night football somewhere. So just with that in mind, we decided to have it on a Saturday. But what this does is it transforms parking spaces into like a pop-up park. And it gives opportunity for local businesses to come out, engage in our community. And it also provides, where am I? Let me see, I'm stuck right now. I was so excited, and now I'm losing my train of thought. But it does provide great community engagement, and when we go downtown and let our local businesses know what we're doing, there's so many that have provided us with great input, and a few of our sponsors, Mountain Mike's Pizza and Sabris, I don't know how to say this. No, it's the Mexican food restaurant downtown where La Villa de Jerez, the taqueria used to be, but it's La
Sabrosa.
La Sabrosa.
No, not La, but
So,
Sabrosa.
yes, La Sabrosa. They are offering some great opportunities for people to come in and having lunch specials. And it's very, very affordable. So you can get tacos with rice and beans for $5. I think that's a great deal. I know, but it's just that engagement, it's that opportunity that we're providing for our community. So what we decided, you guys approved it just this evening. We're going to close down 7th Street between Monterey and San Benito, and we're going to set up some pocket parks. And we hope that you could come down and enjoy the day out there. Councilmember Lenore is going to have her own little pop-up park. So
I'm not doing it now.
Oh, you're not doing it. Oh,
But
okay.
I'm still on the committee.
But yes,
Yes.
she's a part of our committee, and she has some great ideas. And then our other one is the Red Ribbon Run. Yes. And we were approached by Councilmember Spencer. What happened was San Benito County Behavioral Health decided not to offer the run this year. And this year marks the 30th annual event for Red Ribbon in the city of Hollister. It's not the run, it's the event. And within the past 15, 16 years, they've always offered a run. And Councilmember Spencer approached us, asked us if it's something we wanted to do. I reached out to the police department, I reached out to the fire department in support that they'll participate with us and have a fun day out there and bring awareness of the annual event. And it's an event that is close to me, so I might get a little emotional, but I'm trying not to. It's just an annual awareness of the dangers of drugs and alcohol in our community, while preventing efforts in our local schools. So it's something that we are passionate about. We want to keep this prevention. There's a crisis in our community, and we want everyone to know that we're here and we're going to support them, and these are the things that we're going to show them they can do besides getting involved in alcohol or drugs. So I would hope that you guys would come out and join us too. I know Councilmember Spencer is. We're going to do some fun things. We are going to have a pledge, a wall for a pledge that each community member can sign. We are going to have a message, what we're calling the message mile. And along that, we're just going to have signs saying what the message is this year. The theme is send a message, stay drug free. We're going to show the community what we can do out there with these different ideas that we have. And in addition, we're going to have an obstacle course, and we hope that some community members will get involved with us and help us out with the different themed miles. I know I took longer than expected, but I got a little nervous.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Councilmember Spencer.
Tina, thank you so much. Like you said, this is near and dear to my heart. Being that I work at the high school and I deal with this, I also have a family member who we don't even know if she's alive or dead. She's a drug addict, meth. I have been part of the Red Ribbon Run for over 10 years. And when I heard that they were going to cancel it, it broke my heart. And I went straight to Tina, and I want to thank you for doing this.
Absolutely.
And I will be there with
Good.
my tennis shoes on, and I will run walk it.
That's our passion at Recreation. That's what we do. That's
Yeah.
why we're so successful there.
Thank
Good.
you.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we adopt Resolution 2019-203.
Okay, there's a motion.
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We're gonna move to item F5. Oh, I'm sorry, we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tina.
evening, Mayor, council members. I'm here tonight to ask you to amend Resolution 2019-108. So back in June, you accepted the bids and awarded a contract pending the FAA grant for the taxiway project out at the airport. At the time, I let you know that the FAA wanted additional work done, but they were unwilling to fund it at that time. Guess what? We got the money.
Good.
So, what tonight's action is doing is asking you to amend the original resolution by adding in the two alternate bid, awarding those two, and also accepting the additional $1.9 million from the FAA, allowing me to apply, oh wait, that's the next one, sorry. I got ahead of myself, that's F6. And allowing us to go ahead and get work. We should have the grant in hand on the 12th of next week.
Okay, any questions? Any speaker cards?
Speaker cards?
Is there a motion?
I'd be happy to make that motion to approve resolution number 2019-204, resolution of City Council, City of Hollister, amending resolution 2019-108 for the construction of taxiway K, awarding the alternative bids 1 and 2 of the contract to Granite Rock Construction, appropriating an additional $1,892,237 for the completion of the project, and authorizing Kimley Horn and Associates to provide construction support upon the receipt of the federal grant offer of $5,208,345.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Move to item F6.
Item F6 will permit me to apply to Caltrans for a matching grant of $300,000, which lowers our obligation to match the federal grant to $300,000 from $600,000.
Are there any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards on this item? City clerk? Hello? Any speaker cards on this item, F6?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we adopt resolution number 2019-205.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion
Thank you.
carries. Thank you. We'll move to item F7.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item before you is to talk about a change in policy and potential change in the Hollister Municipal Code, Chapter 16 of subdivisions to authorize or remove the discretionary action power of of your planning commission members and putting that onus onto the city council as it relates to tentative maps or any subdivision of land. I'll actually ask for some clarification on as we get a little bit closer to the end here. But as you know, each one of you appoint a particular planning commissioner to take care of planning issues or items as it relates to the city of Hollister. One of the major functions of the planning commission is to review and approve tentative maps and their conditions of approval. As was mentioned at the last council member, those approvals are entitled, they have value. So the question then becomes is whether or not that particular action should come from the city council itself. So what we would have to do is amend chapter 16. We'll make you the discretionary body for the subdivisions of all property within the city of Hollister. And what the planning commission's role will then be is that they will review tentative map applications, they will review conditions of approval, they will make recommendations to the city of Hollister, very similar to a planning and zoning amendment, and then you will actually get to take the formal action. Staff recommends that we have special meetings for those items, not necessarily to take place at regular meetings, no first and third type meetings, but we'll do something different because a lot of times those types of projects can take quite a long time when discussing a large scale project. So we'd like to probably set a special time aside for those types of approvals. The question I had is, we talked a little bit about site and architecturals as it relates to apartment buildings. I understand that that's not something that the city council necessarily had an issue with, leaving that being in the authorization of the Planning Commission. But what we didn't discuss that may have come up last week is subdivisions of commercial property. Many commercial properties are subdivided several times for financing purposes, generally speaking. So I wasn't sure if the council wanted to take on that responsibility as well, or if it was just in the residential area in which the council would like to have the authorization to entitle properties. So I can leave that up to you folks as we get closer to actually doing the amendment to Chapter 16. I tried to briefly glance through Chapter 17, which is our planning and zoning code, generally speaking. I didn't see anything that related to this issue, but if there is another section in the municipal code that needs to be amended, we would do that at the same time as Chapter 16. So if you have any questions, I'm pleased to try to answer them for you. If not, I have some other folks that do this on a regular basis.
Okay, any questions or comments? Vice Mayor Richmond?
Thank you. The reason I was supporting this and asked it to be brought forward, I think I'm not the only one, but one of the reasons is that the key reason is that getting a tentative vested map essentially starts you down the road to an area where you can't legally get out of, provided the developer complies with the tentative vested map requirements. And so that puts a possible financial burden and a decision-making burden onto the county, onto the city, excuse me, without the city council perhaps have seen the details of the development. So I think we're better off if we bring the tentative map here and really learn something about these developments, because I feel that once it gets here, we get that much of the information we're getting is sketchy, in my opinion. So that's why I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion?
Hang on, I have comment, since there's no other speakers.
Okay, Councilmember Lennar?
I think we have.
Okay, Shan. I'll wait until the public hearings, public comment.
Sorry, I'll fill out a speaker card. I didn't realize this was coming up. But I just would like to comment, if this is something you're considering, making tentative maps come to the city council, that I'm aware that the controversy has to do with the large residential subdivisions, and that's certainly something you're interested in. But there are other subdivisions that go on that I'm not sure need to come to the city council, or they're more housekeeping, whether they be commercial subdivisions, or you might want to make an exception for minor subdivisions, which are 4 or less. The process of getting a tentative map approved is pretty complicated already. I do understand you may be interested in more oversight on large subdivisions, but you may not realize there are a number of other ones that you probably aren't interested in that don't need the extra 2 months that would be involved with coming to city council after having already gone to planning commission. So it's something to be considered in the ordinance, that there would be a division of, I don't know, a distinction between some of the smaller ones and the large residential ones. That's all I'm saying.
So there's a legal definition for a small either a parcel map, which is 4 or less, and a large subdivision, which is 5 or more. We call them minor and major subdivisions here, so that I think that's what Ms. Hall is speaking to.
Yes.
How about commercial? Is there a
There is
definitive?
No, commercial or industrial properties are not necessarily defined, other than they're still parcel I mean, if you have
No,
an
but I mean,
industrial
if the city council wanted to exempt commercial subdivisions from this requirement, we could write it that way.
You could write it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lennar?
Okay.
Patrick Orozco,
Oh.
if we're
Oh,
taking
another.
public comment.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Just one quick comment relative to this item. I'm certainly happy to have your feedback on proposed tentative maps, but for projects that are already in process, being considered or agendized with the Planning Commission, it would be helpful to have a clarifying comment that those projects not be subject to a new layer of approvals. Specifically, we've got a project coming up for approval as tentative map and have been doing work preparing for the planning commission. If this were adopted midstream, it would
Tell
be-
them it's industrial quick.
Is that exempted?
Well, you'll see.
Okay,
Unless
great.
you want us to add to it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other, Councilman Lenore, do you have a
Okay.
comment?
Well, I do have strong feelings on this subject. So it's a fact that the city council has full discretion over the general plan. They get all their public comment and they say what goes on the general plan in the end, in the very end. Hopefully they listen to folks. And tying into that is the zoning ordinance that that calls out all the densities in the different types of zone, and it's compatible with the general plan. You also tie the growth management ordinance into there with the annual cap on how many you can build per year. I think that's a lot of planning that guides the planning commission. I think everybody knows that I do not like to see the planning process politicized. That is not planning, that is politics. This is a dangerous game you play because you will not get any good planning out of the council up here slugging it out on where something should go. It just simply needs to conform with the general plan that we adopt, conform to the zoning ordinance, conform to the growth management and the annual cap. This is unnecessary, and it's not any good look on planning that I would like to see. It just isn't. I really wish this wouldn't happen. And I did serve, and the reason I can say this is I worked my career in planning, and then I worked an additional 6 years on the planning commission. So I understand it. Man, maybe they all don't understand it to the same degree, but you gotta have faith that they're following the general plan and the zoning ordinance. It's all spelled out right there. We have a beautiful planning staff that's very knowledgeable in planning. I really don't see them misleading the planning commission. I really don't see that, and like I said, I was on there. It's a very open and frank discussion on development at the planning commission level. I want to remind the council, if you do go with this, you do have timelines that CEQA adheres to, so you can't just delay. And then one final thing, if you want to disapprove a tunnel map, I'm going to be asking you why. I want to know findings for denial, because you can't just say, I don't want any more houses. You're going to have findings for denial, and that's how planning works. Findings for approval, findings for denial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. Do you have a comment?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I would just like to comment on the comments from my good friend and colleague, Councilmember Lenore. I certainly don't mean to reflect poorly on the Planning Commission in any way, shape, or form. I have a lot of confidence in them. They certainly know a lot more about planning than I do. My only issue is the fact that we take on a legal obligation that starts down a path we can't get out of. Because of the law in California that says someone has a tentative vested map and they do what they were asked to do on the tentative vested map, we have to give them a final map. We don't have any choice. That's what the law says. Therefore, it's very important that since it's a big commitment by the city, I just think it's very important. I appreciate everything Councilmember Lenore said. I don't want to politicize it. That's not the way I see it. I just see it as a fact that it's an obligation that we take on that can have tremendous impact in various places, in addition to meeting all the planning requirements. And I think that those need to come through, and I also think it would be, I'm hoping anyway, that rather than just the people who propose things and work on them and they do a diligent job, I'm hoping the public will get more information about what's going on. I would ask that if people agree, I would ask that the city manager recommend where this should apply, not necessarily to everything. I think that's reasonable, that there be some exemptions, and that the city manager recommend those exemptions to us in some kind of final adoption. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any, Councilmember Resendez?
I would just, well, first of all, let me just say that I completely respect your position, Councilmember Lenore, and your insight. And I really appreciate that. I don't have a problem with this, especially given, I think, I forgot who brought it up, but how politicized this arena is as far as residential growth goes. But if you're going to adopt that recommendation from the Vice Mayor, I just want to see the other part of it as well. What are we voting? Like right now, you just said minor versus major, this and that. I want to see the whole picture. If you're going to make that recommendation, if we can just have that in the agenda packet, that would be my one request. Thank you.
Okay. No other speaker cards, right? Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion that we adopt resolution 2019-206, resolution City Council Hollister directing staff prepare Hollister Municipal Code amendments in Chapter 16 for the City Council to approve tentative maps, and additionally recommendations from the city manager and through the city manager from the staff as to the applicability of this step.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-2. We're gonna move to item F8.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you this evening is a development agreement defined under Chapter 5.42 of the Hollister Municipal Code for cannabis. We have the CC campus, or otherwise known as 156 Business Parkway. It is a project that's a little over 200 acres, located just sort of north east of the airport, however, on the west side of San Felipe Street. If you'll recall, we had a discussion a couple weeks back about the potential sliding scale of fees and / taxes, however you want them to be defined, for operating cannabis businesses, especially in these large development type projects. I want to be very clear in this in saying that the 156 Business Parkway does not necessarily mean that everything there is a cannabis-related business. It is not, nor is it intended to be just research and development. There's a hotel, there's a university, there's various businesses that are actually being proposed out there. And quite frankly, it's a very large subdivision of property, and you can have all kinds of different businesses actually located within the business park. However, what this development agreement does is basically gets recorded, it remains on title, and basically just in perpetuity or until the development agreement runs out, allows cannabis operations to occur on that particular property. So it's not necessarily intended to be just, again, a sole cannabis-related business. I think most of it's still somewhat speculative, so it's just giving them an opportunity to market their properties, trying to give those larger cannabis operators an opportunity to see some financial relief based on the size of their operations. Of course, on 200 acres, you're talking about a sizable amount of potential cannabis that's going on out there. Some of the initial figures that we've run, as you'll notice in the actual development agreement itself, it's kind of contemplating up to $3.2 million of cultivation area, and then also there's a sales tax component of it as well. So I think the nitty and gritty of it, I can go through real quickly, is just sort of the sliding scale that was derived. It would be on page 8. The cultivation fee was section 8.5, and basically from 0 to 50,000 square feet of cultivation area, it's at your current rate of $7 a square foot. From 50 to 100,000, it drops to 5. From 100 to 150, it goes to 3. From 150 to 1 million square feet, it goes to $1. And then it actually slides back up a little bit. From 1 million to 2 million feet, it goes back up to $2. And this was kind of to incentivize the initial startup companies to come in there and try to get as large as they possibly can before that parcel. And then from 2 million to 3.2, it actually goes up to $2.50 50 cents a square foot. So overall, the entire project will net you about, at complete build out, if it really does end up being $3.2 million, it nets you about $2.06 per square foot, or about $6.6 million for just the cultivation component of it. We also did something very similar on the sliding scale for the gross retail sales of, or gross sales tax of the product that's coming out of that particular facility. I think it's from 0 to $1 million. It's at the 5% as defined in the ordinance, and then it drops from 5 million to 10 million. From 1 to 5 million. From 5 million to 10 million, it goes down to 2%, and then anything over $10 million done in gross sales, it goes to goes to 1%. I don't have any projections on how much money will be generated from that particular facility, so it just kind of remains on how much actually gets done. So, again, they have a tentative map, a lot of conditions that went along with that tentative map. Some of those conditions are offsite improvements. The applicant is here, and I'm sure you'll hear from them, and they're going to make a case about when some of the conditions of approval are to be implemented as it relates to the conditional the conditions of approval for their project. One of them is basically a controlled intersection / roundabout at what's going to be the future intersection of Burt Drive and San Felipe. And then there's one additional intersection that doesn't quite exist yet, north of the Burt Drive kind of intersection, that's also contemplated to be a roundabout. The applicant is requesting that the development agreement state that, you know, the offsite improvements occur at about 51% of the occupant of the project. That's not consistent with the conditions of approval. My personal opinion is that, and the council may direct us to do as it desires, but one of the things that I would say is that usually with conditions of approval and or a tentative map, there's a CEQA document that goes along with that specifies mitigation measures. This development agreement is not a typical sort of development agreement in the sense that you're getting entitlements and you're getting things, and usually development agreements require some sort of CEQA documentation or a CEQA process. This is not necessarily that. This is kind of more of an agreement, and maybe we should start changing the name of these things. Instead of a development agreement, call it some other type of agreement. Maybe it could just be a cannabis agreement for all that really matters. So I think one of the things that if the developer has issues, which I believe they actually do have some legitimate concerns over conditions of approval that were adopted by the Planning Commission, I think we should go back to the Planning Commission and try to resolve those issues at that level, and not necessarily incorporate it as part of this document. This document actually gets recorded, again, with the county. It rides with the land, and it just ensures that cannabis uses can occur at that facility. So that's my sort of quick spiel. As I said, the applicants are here. They have a PowerPoint if you care to see it. But as far as the fees and stuff, we wanted to make sure that we're consistent with our ordinance, at least initially. They have to produce quite a bit to start to receive some breaks. I want, just by sort of an example, our current largest cultivator is still at about 22,000 feet. And if you've been to that facility, you know that's a fairly large site. So when you're talking about a 50,000 square foot license and cultivation area, we haven't seen anything quite near that size yet. Now we have some that are looming, and we hope that those come to fruition. But as of right now, I think this is a really sort of a fair and adequate deal for both parties. So with that said, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that I can.
Okay. Bill, the sales tax, I just want to make sure everybody's clear. The 1% would only be, it would be above the 9.25, so that's clear.
Yes, sir.
And there's no
Yeah.
confusion with that later.
The actual retail sales tax is not, it's really a tax based on the gross receipts for that operator. So if they're manufacturing goods and they sell it to another party, whatever they are grossing, we get 1% of that. So it's not necessarily from the retail side of things. We don't expect there to be any retail sales occurring on this particular facility.
Correct. And I do appreciate the way you laid this out. You put some good thought into this, and it seems to be working. You know, what we don't want to have is a situation where everybody just wants the place for cheap. The only thing I would have a question about is the whole issue of the roundabout rather than stoplight there. And whether that's the right thing to be doing at this point or later. I
Right.
mean,
So, in regards to that, because we've had a lot of discussion, and I think that to hold true to what the planning commission and what staff has requested as far as a roundabout versus stoplights on San Felipe, I think we understand the concept of roundabouts. I think we can appreciate when they're useful and maybe when they're not. I think one of the things that we have a difficult time doing is trying to implement these newer techniques to do traffic calming and or reducing greenhouse gases or et cetera at the lights. But what sometimes is difficult is just the geometry of these things. You know, a geometry of a roundabout on a 45-mile-an-hour road versus a 55-mile-an-hour road versus a 60, you know, it all changes. And we don't always have the right-of-way already acquired to do these things. So I sometimes say, I get tired of saying it, that it's hard to stick a round peg in a square hole when the square hole isn't quite the right size. I mean, if we're starting fresh, and say you want a roundabout on 200 acres, that's very easy to design from a traffic perspective. But when you take the existing right-of-way on San Felipe and you try to put a roundabout out there, sometimes the geometry doesn't fit, and you have to acquire property that doesn't belong to you. And that puts a lot of onus on a developer because, as I said, if, for instance, in this particular case, if Mr. Nguyen needed to have part of my property to build a roundabout so that he can continue building his project, all of a sudden I think my land just got a lot more valuable than it was before John Nguyen needed that particular piece of property to build a roundabout before he builds his project. So those are some of those things that we need to always keep in mind. And if we're going to encourage roundabouts in those areas, I think it behooves the city of Hollister to get out in front of these things and start trying to make that land acquisition and start doing those types of things so that we can implement roundabouts when they're appropriate. But
I guess that's kind of my point
Yeah.
is, how do we do this so it's fair, it's right, and we're planning for the future and not putting ourselves or the developers in a situation where they have half of it, but the other half,
Doesn't
now
belong
that
to them.
person is, well,
Yeah,
great.
and I think on these conditions, I think they can be modified slightly to accommodate what we're trying to do. I think, you know, usually what we say is in a good faith effort, the developer tries to acquire property necessary to put in the roundabout, et cetera. And I think we still want to go down that path because I think it behooves us to do that. But we don't know what traffic is going to be like in 2 years on San Felipe or 3 years or 4 years or whatever point in time. You know, if we make modifications to the conditions of approval, that 51%, that could be quite a while. When you're talking that much area and potential building mass, that could be a long time, and traffic patterns might change.
Right.
And like I said, I think that we just need to be flexible and try to get to the point where we get what we need from a traffic safety perspective, but we don't necessarily try to make something right now that we just can't accomplish.
So you're asking for more time to keep working on
I think what we'd like to do is have my personal opinion, my recommendation is to move forward with the development agreement as written in front of you right now. And then we will go back at the planning commission level and modify conditions of approval on some of those things to make it a little bit, I don't want to say more advantageous, but just make it a little bit easier to deal with from the mitigation measures to make sure we're compliant with the CEQA document. But then also having the traffic engineers design something that will actually be functional.
Okay. I do want to say I met with Mr. Nguyen and his son to review the project, the proposed project. It's nice when you see something that's so professional come to you. And I'm hoping that these types of concepts are the future of this community, really done the right way. Not all of it has to be cannabis, but
No.
it just really, you could tell there was some thought put into this development. I'm hoping we see more of it. So, Councilmember Lenore, do you have a comment?
I'm glad to hear you say that you're gonna bring more information, cause if you want me to be able to decide on something, a roundabout versus a light, then we should have the conditions of approval and the plan, cause there's no plan here. We saw it, I also met with, the Winds, very enjoyable meeting. I need information if you wanna change something. So, we're not really gonna, like you said, this is the development agreement, But then we'll have a future discussion on what actually is the
Well,
best there?
yeah, what I would, I mean, again, what I would.
Planning will
Yeah,
first?
I think the planning commission
Okay.
will absolutely, I mean, that's where it belongs. I mean, they're the ones that gave the approvals, they're the ones that wrote the conditions
Right.
of approval.
And I haven't seen those in
Right.
full yet.
Yeah, and so one of the things is that if it's just not gonna work functionally, and we just can't try to accommodate, you know, the roundabout versus
Sure.
trying to make it fit, we need to go back to the planning commission and have
Okay.
them have an opportunity
I understand
to
that.
adjust or amend their conditions. Now, if it still doesn't work and the potential applicants aren't happy with
Yep.
those conditions, then they can amend, then they can appeal to this particular board.
After we have all the information, then
yeah.
we're
Again,
poised to make that decision.
my whole point here is I wanted to, and I know it makes it sound difficult because the word development is in it, and we just kind of put that in the cannabis ordinance, and it just probably doesn't work that way. But again, this is kind of an agreement between the developer and the city, kind of setting rates and terms for a development of a cannabis operation, not necessarily setting, you know, conditions of approval for traffic mitigations on San Felipe. It's just, I don't believe this is the right document for that.
Okay, I agree, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Richards?
Thank you. I also met with the WIN, so we'll make it almost unanimous. Where was the second, you mentioned there were two roundabouts, one at their property and there was another one?
So when you're looking at a map of Hollister,
Yeah.
Burt Drive comes in from the east, and is intended to cross San Felipe and be the entrance into the what I'll call the main entrance into this facility. About is it about a half a mile?
North?
A half a mile north, there will be a smaller roundabout, because there is nothing on the eastern side of the San Felipe at that point, but there is intended to be another roundabout up there.
Does there appear up there to be room for that one? That second one, you don't know?
And that's the hard part, because if the traffic counts are the same,
Okay.
it seems reasonable to think that the speeds are the same, so the traffic circle itself would be the same in size.
Okay.
However, I will say that logically, when we're looking at it, we don't know how much development is gonna occur on the
Okay.
east side of San Felipe, so it could be a smaller geometry, so.
Well, the reason, I agree we need to look at that, because when Kimley Horn was in here, a couple of weeks ago, they said, a signalized intersection was $300,000 and the roundabout was $2,300,000. I remember that.
Right.
Very, very distinctly. That's a lot of money. So if you have a $2,300,000 roundabout here, and then half a mile up the road, you have another $2,300,000 roundabout, that's a lot of money. Yeah, we're gonna look at it, because without prejudicing anything, I would like to see one there, perhaps the north one, so that if their process goes through and they're successful, and they get a lot of traffic, people can make a U-turn. That's one advantage the roundabout has over everything else, is that if you need to make a U-turn, you can do it, okay? So if the trucks have to right turn in and right turn out, that they could go up, half a mile, make a U-turn if they're going the other direction. So, yeah, I agree with the overall plan of doing exactly what you want.
Do you have a comment now?
I just want to say I have not met with the Winds, and I feel really left out by that fact.
I met with them.
Obviously, there's a problem there.
Definitely.
All right, do we have any
But it's industrial,
comment cards?
right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. For resolution number 2019-207, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing the city manager to execute a development agreement with CC Campus LLC, 156 Business Parkway. I have one speaker card, Elias Salinas.
Good evening. So I've known about this project for a long time, and it's been a long time coming, and it's going to still be a long time before this project is even completed. So one of the things is how do they get this benefit, which is great, and we have others that have, so they'll be able to come forward and do a new development agreement based on the scale that's been listed out. My only concern, and it's not anything against the Winds. I like Joseph and I love John. But the thing is that, because I see this in the industry, is that you have an operator who has, whether it's 50,000 square feet or 100,000 square feet, and they come in and that operator brings other people under there and subleases it. So we need to be aware of and find a way to have an eye on what is going on out there so that that doesn't occur. And I'm not saying that the Winds are that this is going to be under the Winds watch. However, the Winds are going to bring in operators based on this pay scale, and we don't have 100% honest people out there in this industry, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you. Nope.
I have no more speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
I'll bring Christine another speaker card. My name is Ann Hall. I am here along with the Winds, and I just kind of wanted to speak to the topic of the roundabouts and the conditions having to do with the off-site improvements, because the concern is, just as of right now, before you can get a single certificate of occupancy, it requires all the off-site improvements to be done. And as you said, this is a large subdivision. It's 50 parcels. So the off-site improvements, before you can even have one building on there, is a concern. And in particular, the discussion of roundabouts. We have a traffic engineer. Part of what he has to do is analyze a roundabout in that situation versus a light. That's all information and we need to bring to engineering. And we're going through that process. It's just that process may take some time. And that's what concerns us, is the time to go through that process and come to an agreement with engineering as to what exactly is going to be happening off-site, and the fact that limits what they can do on the rest of the site. So I think that was where they were coming from in trying to get the request included in here. Just alleviate some of the off-site, or give us the time to deal with the off-site without necessarily holding up all operations within the subdivision. And you know how long sometimes that can take, whether it's land acquisition. Both those roundabouts would require some amount of land, and just the studies and the discussions that'll be had with engineering and probably Kimley Horn about what's going to be the most appropriate for those situations. So that's why that question was asked, and we were hoping to have some ability to address it as part of this agreement. Do you have questions for me on that, or? Okay. Thank you.
All right. No other speakers, correct? All right, is there a motion?
I'll move that we adopt Resolution 2019-207.
There's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. We will move to item F9.
Oh, yes, this is me. So when the economic downturn happened in 2007, thank you, the city clerk's office stopped purchasing the minute resolution books. We've done some research, and a prior city clerk had purchased these boxes, but we found that placing these original documents in boxes and trying to dig down through them is destroying the documents, and it's not the proper way to store them. They need to be put in books and stored straight up. So we researched, we came up with two kind of apples to apples and one that wasn't really, it was kind of just one apple. So we got 3 quotes. The lowest bidder ends up being Lotzenheiser, which is who we'd like to go with. Going with them, A is the lowest bidder, and B keeps us consistent with the planning department, who also uses these books. And it really didn't click to me until they came to me about a month ago and asked if they could borrow some paper. How convenient is that? I'm like, sure, here, take a little stack and give me back some when you get yours. And it makes that exchange much easier. So we would like to request that we stay with Lotzenhauser, and they are the lowest bidder. So.
Okay. Any questions from council? Any speaker cards? Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move that we adopt resolution number 2019-208.
There's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. All right, we're gonna go to move to item G1, reports from city council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Lenore?
Okay, absolutely. So I didn't have any committee assignments, but I did have a few meetings. And as Tina reported, I'm on the committee for the parking day event. I met with them on August 21st, and I'll be going again tomorrow. On August 23rd, I met with Bill Avera regarding the tax sharing ad hoc. On August 25th, I met with my co-ad hoc committee member, Marty Richmond, with the county. Mark Medina was representing the county. And then on the 27th, as reported, I met with Mr. John Wynn and Mr. Joseph Wynn. And that's all I have to say. That's just reports on meetings, right? Can I say something?
If it's not a committee, well, you can say it on the next.
Then I'll say it on the next one. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Spencer?
Okay, I had a Monterey Bay, oops, I lost it. It went bye-bye. Hold on. Monterey Bay Air Resource District meeting on the 21st of August. We went over the air quality data. Hollister's not doing too bad. And neither is San Benito County. We're doing pretty good. We are going around, or they're going around, trying to impress upon people to not burn driftwood. It's a dangerous smoke. There are chemicals in it that are very hazardous. I have a flyer, and I will leave it here for everybody to read. I think it's very important that we do not burn because of the salt water. I too met with Mr. and Mr. Wynn, both Wynns, on the same day that Councilman Lenore did, not together. I think that's all I did.
Vice Mayor Richmond?
Thank you. As Council Member Lenore mentioned, we had 2 meetings of the ad hoc committee on the tax sharing agreement. One was Hollister members only. This was myself and Council Member Lenore. We also had in for advice the city manager and the director of finance. And then we had a second meeting with the county, which was originally going to have 2 members of the county, Mr. Medina and Mr. Hernandez. On advice of the county council, it turns out that Mr. Medina is on LAFCO, Mr. Hernandez is on LAFCO as a substitute for either Mr. Medina or Mr. Gillio, and the fact that Councilmember Lenore is on LAFCO, we had a possible LAFCO Brown Act violation if we had 3 people. Therefore, Mr. Hernandez did not come to the meeting. And so that was that one. We also had an ad hoc committee meeting on the possible increase in the hotel tax in Hollister, and we will report. I will report on that later. It's on the agenda here for a short report, and you can take home the data. And I think committee-wise, that was it, because the last report here was after the COG meeting, so I think I've covered that. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Resendez?
Nothing to report.
I have no committees to report on either. We'll go to item G2, informational reports. Councilmember Lenore?
Okay, I do want to correct something I was trying to say at the last meeting, and it was regarding CalFresh. So what I was trying to spit out was that Social Security, people that draw Social Security are now eligible to apply for CalFresh benefits. They've never been able to before, so I'm clarifying what I couldn't spit out. Was Social Security recipients are now eligible to apply for CalFresh. My other comment is, I just want to tell the public that I'm always open to talking with you. I've stated in the past that I don't do Facebook. But I still like to talk to folks. I know the development is a big issue out there. I know folks that know me know that I would never be on the take. For all of you that don't know me, I'm going to tell you right now, I would never be on the take. I'm a retired employee. I live an honest life. I study for these meetings. I listen to all the sides, but I have a strong planning background. And the reason that I do approve development is because you have to plan for it. You can't, planning after is not planning, that's reacting. Planning is proactive. Once you miss that step, then you're reacting to development, and I've always been more of a planner. I just want you to know that I'm not swayed by any developers, ever. But I do listen to the public, so just try to remember that. I do have a planning background. I feel I'm deserving to be up here, even though I was appointed. I did not win an election. However, I think my experience, kind of lets me have the qualifications to be up here. But I just want to assure you that I try to make decisions based on the whole city as a whole. A rounded decision. I can't always support everything that you want, because sometimes you gotta lead and sometimes it's difficult. But I have honest intentions always, and I am always open to talk with you. It doesn't matter if we don't agree. If you have something to say to me, then say it to me and not about me on Facebook, please. I don't do that. I would really appreciate it if people would not talk about me on Facebook, because I'm an appointed official, and I'm open to talk to you, and I don't hear anything that you're saying on there. Once in a while somebody will tell me, and this is what happened recently. So again, I'm not on the developer's dole, ever. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Spencer?
I have the same sentiment as Councilwoman Lenore. It is always posted on social media that we're all of us, three of us, the three politicians, and where this is coming from is, and I'm going to read this in its entirety. This is what Councilman Roland Resendez put out right after our last meeting, and it's going to get read. His words: "Thank you to these three politicians. There will now be 600 new homes in my district off Buena Vista," which is a lie, "on the west side of Hollister. They voted on Monday in a shocking vote to build more houses. We didn't. They also will vote at the next city council meeting to try and stop me from posting on social media. We're not. They want to shut me up and build more homes. We don't want to shut Councilman Resendez up. What we want Councilman Resendez to do is to quit bashing us on social media." He goes on to say, "I'm embarrassed and disgusted by the way they have been acting both on and off the diocese," shaking my head. Well, I'm shaking mine. "We need to stand up against them. Enough is enough. They are in the pockets of special interest and developers. I'm in nobody's pocket. I live paycheck to paycheck. I work at the high school, and I get, $400 a month doing this." He goes on to say that he feels bad and frustrated for the future of our community. Miss Salinas brought up the fact that we, the city, you, the taxpayers, paid for us to have a gentleman come and talk to us, to listen to each other, to respect, honest, accountability, participate, go to the source, and an open mind. One of the things that gentleman told us right here in this room was to stay off social media and quit bashing each other. I had the unfortunate time to sit and listen to somebody that is in Sacramento and listen to what he had to say, that the other legislators went to him and said, so Hollister wants to take us on, and they're laughing at us. And if you think it's a lie, it's not. And this happened in chambers up in Sacramento, that we are on the radar of this state because of things that are being said on this diocese. So I'm going to SMH shaking my head in disgust because this is what's happening to our community. Just like Councilman Lenore said, I'm not up here to make friends. I want everybody to be happy. You want to know what's going on, you come to me. I will not lie to you. I have never lied to anybody. You want to know about housing? I will talk to you about housing. I have put out my phone number. Call me, do anything. But this here on social media needs to stop. The bashing needs to stop. It's tearing our community apart. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. Vice Mayor Richmond?
Thank you very much. Just start by saying that I asked in accordance with the municipal code of the City of Hollister, I asked the city clerk to register my no vote on the traffic enforcement with the reason that I voted no, which was I do not want them limited to exclusively to traffic enforcement, but primarily I wanted the executive in the police department to have the option when they need it to put them on other work. I hope they won't do it, but I wanted them to do it. So other than that, I support it. I had an ex parte meeting at the request of Steve Rosati, who has a proposal for a development that may come forward in the future. He's not sure. And he provided me with a list of things he said that he has done for the city with that property, including giving easements and right-of-way and so on and so forth. And told him I would be happy to supply it to the city council when appropriate. I have not checked them out. I don't know how accurate they are. I am very concerned about the security here in this building and in the other two buildings down the street. There's a lot of crazy people in this world, and there seems to be more and more of them all the time. And I don't know if you remember, it wasn't very long ago in Virginia, an employee of the city got laid off and went back with a rifle to cure his ills. I would like, if the world was a perfect world, I would like everything to remain open and available to everybody, and you just walk in. But the truth of the matter, it isn't a perfect world. And at least we have to have the locks on the door, on the inside of all the doors, so that people can hunker down if they have to, lock the doors from the inside with a throw bolt and hide in place, or whatever it's called, because that's sometimes the only option you have. I hope we can get it on the budget. I think it's really, really important. And every town in America says it isn't going to happen here. And sooner or later, unfortunately, too many of those towns are wrong. So I think that's important to do. I regret that I did not know they were going to have a little going away from Miss Mary Paxton, who served this city honorably and with a lot of dedication for many, many, many years. And unfortunately, I wasn't aware of what day it was, and I didn't attend. So I want to publicly say thank you, Mary Paxton, for the work you did for the city for so many years. And I think it's really, really important. I think that covers it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez?
All right. I've been trying to, how can I say, reconcile some issues that we've been having over here behind closed doors. I've asked for a mediator to get involved. I haven't had any response. But since you want to bring up the incidents that we had, that we did have a gentleman here, and we've got your consultant who is your best friend, which I allow you, obviously, I'm sitting up here, you're free to speak your mind, say whatever you'd like about me at any time, but if you're going to do that, then let's tell the whole story, because I know you know everything that's occurred between Councilwoman Spencer and myself. So I want to read to you guys an email that I wrote to the city attorney on May 6th, which was the first meeting we had after we had that, I don't even know what you want to call it. It was actually a goal-setting meeting. And I've been trying to resolve this inside. So if you're going to tell the picture, say the whole thing about what's been occurring. You said you're willing to talk about it. Let's be honest about it. I wrote to the city attorney the very next day after that meeting. I'm writing to you this email to provide documentation and make reports of physical threats from Councilwoman Spencer on 3 different occasions. At last night's meeting, Councilwoman Spencer had threatened to physically harm me for the 3rd time since we've been elected into office. I have been feeling very intimidated and uncomfortable over these threats, and since it has happened on multiple occasions, I feel like I should make an official report to be documented. I'm not gonna tell you everything that she said because I think it's highly unprofessional. I think it's bullying, and I wouldn't even use that language towards anybody, especially my colleagues up here. But she has made threats to me from the time, physical threats, and cussed me out from the time I got elected into office, in the middle of that, in front of people sitting out there, and I know you're very much aware of this, and the last time this occurred was the meeting after we had, right after, when I got cussed out by the Vice Mayor and Councilwoman Spencer. May 7th, I wrote an email asking for us to have a mediator to step in and to see if we can resolve this in-house. You wanna know why it's torn apart up here? You wanna know why we're at each other's throats? Is because these kinds of things have been happening behind closed doors and the public has no idea. I have every right to say what I'd like. I was elected by the people to voice my opinion and to advocate for their interests and their needs. There are some things that I think are highly unprofessional. Like I said, I would never say and do those things. It's hurtful, it's bullying, and you wanna sit up here and paint a picture and another means, well then tell the whole story. Please, you brought it up. Tell the whole story.
No.
And I've been waiting since May to sit down with the mediator so that we can all have this conversation because
Have I not said?
there's
yes?
a tension up here that needs to get resolved. And people have crossed the line, and I'm not unwilling to not stand up to them. Enough is enough. By all means, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Sorry,
I'm
Councilmember
I'm,
Spencer,
Councilmember
if I understood
Spencer.
your question correctly, I believe everyone has agreed to participate at this
Yes.
point. Yes, it's a matter of scheduling and all those issues.
And that everybody has also admitted to that email, to those accusations I made in the email. Let's make that public for the record as well. Thank you.
okay, wait a minute, no, now wait,
Councilmember Spencer, you had your,
That's
no,
right.
we don't wanna go back and forth.
But the thing is,
You
he
had-
said I made threats
Councilmember
against him. They
Spencer.
were not threats.
Councilmember Spencer.
You sat there and you told me it was politics. I said, don't make me hit you. That's not a threat.
No.
I had him
Councilmember-
investigated.
Councilmember Spencer,
That's all I'm saying.
he spoke, you spoke.
That's right.
I happened to be there at the time.
The one.
No, I happened to be there. It was
Yeah,
a
it was
physical
heated.
threat, and I told you inappropriate behavior.
I will
No, you
bleep
cannot.
your
Let's just
bleeping,
stop.
bleeping, 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 bleep.
Okay, so
Thank
they're
you.
gonna meet.
That's what was
mediate.
said.
Take care of it. Okay, thank you. Now I'm gonna give my report. City manager, I'd like to, I asked for this before, as far as a pause process and any more applications until we get the general fund or general plan done. I think it's very important. I think you point out that, yes, there are several communities that do that as we're working on the general plan update. So I'd like to have a vote on that. I think it's very important. I also asked before to bring it to the council to look at the vehicle license fee monies that do come in, dedicate a portion of that, and I'm seeing this as 80% of that to our roads so we can properly fund our roads year after year after year. This is something that we're gonna constantly have a problem with if we don't have that funding source. I know it's gonna hurt different departments, but we can do this if we put together a 5-year plan to implement this, but this has to be something permanent. Our citizens deserve to have roads that are not torn up year after year after year. And I know we've been doing a good job trying to catch up, but the reality is if we don't have that funding dedicated, we're gonna be in this situation again. So I wanna make sure we have a conversation about that. You know, there's a lot of animosity going around. It's frustrating. It is frustrating. I think it's important to respect each other. I think we all have our opinions. We're allowed to voice those opinions, especially when we're off the dais. But it is frustrating to hear, and Councilmember Spencer, I'm gonna be quite frank with you, is a good friend of yours as a consultant, campaign manager, whatever it is. Okay, whatever it is. Meeting after meeting comes up here and makes false allegations about me, knowingly. And I'm gonna give you an example because it happened again tonight. This person came up and said, "How dare you celebrate McCarthy Park when you voted no on McCarthy Park?" Absolutely not true. I supported McCarthy Park. What I didn't support was the additional $500,000 for it. Because I thought we should have had that in the plan, rather than just, here, government, just give us another $500,000 to keep doing things with it. Now, I happen to be involved with McCarthy Park years ago, looking at that park as somebody said earlier, when it was a dirt lot, basically. And I worked hard with a person, Supervisor Jaime de la Cruz, who happened to be involved in the creation of the park originally. So did I acknowledge him? Oh yeah, I did. Mr. Jaime de la Cruz, supervisor, was very involved in McCarthy Park, and he constantly asked what we can do to fix it back up. That's why I recognize him. And guess who else I recognized that day? Our city manager, Parks and Rec director, all of the council members that were involved in it, I recognize and I thank. And especially, here's something I want to make a point to. Because as I was saying thank you to everyone, I actually paused for somebody. Because I wanted them to be the last person I recognized, because it was the person that did the most. That person was Mr. Chambliss. And the reason I paused and recognized him in the end is because of all the work he's done through all the parks in our community. Not just one. The dog park, Brigantino Park, the park on the hill. So I wanted to make sure I recognize him specifically for all his hard work. I recognize all of those people. And for you to come up here and say, I didn't vote on it, I didn't recognize anybody, it's false. And this happens every single meeting. Every single meeting. And then those same fake items that you present here magically start to appear with your friends and a few council members here, telling the same misleading information. Now, if we're going to be honest, let's be honest. There's nothing wrong with any of us having a difference of opinion in public. Nothing. But we can't sit there and do this back and forth through other people. Let's be upfront, be honest, put our name behind it so we can get through this. Not have people here come and attack us with information that's not true. And we go through this every single week. There's a point where you get frustrated. And I think we are all frustrated. I never have anybody come up here to say anything bad about any of you. Now, out of here, I'm happy to voice my opinion. That's true. Absolutely true. And all of you are entitled to do the same thing. And I want to make sure it's clear because we don't need to go back and forth through other people. Let's just be upfront and honest about it. We will agree to disagree.
Well,
Okay?
I'm glad you give me so much credit for being able to convince a very independent woman to
Again,
voice her own
Councilmember
opinion.
Spencer, I want to thank you, everybody else, for having your opinions. But we are going to move on. City manager.
I got nothing to report tonight.
Okay. City attorney.
No statement, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Captain.
I'd just like to report that last month, our records manager, administrative supervisor, Valerie Reyna, participated in a state audit through our CLETS system. CLETS is the California Law Enforcement Telecommunications System. It was a routine CLETS audit, And I'm happy to report that they were satisfied with everything and all the steps we're taking to maintain the integrity of the CLED system in our department and our policies. And we were continued to be certified in that, and it was a successful audit completion.
Okay, City Clerk.
I gave my report on my training at D2, and I just want to let you all know that I will be on vacation next week, so.
Enjoy your vacation. We're going to move to item G3.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I apologize. Mr. Swanson was going to give this report tonight, and he went to the North Bay today for a meeting, and he texted me about 20 minutes ago, and he was in Morgan Hill. I told him to just go home. Had I known that he probably could have been here, but if it pleases the council, can we agendize this for your next meeting, and he can give that report then?
Be honest.
Apparently, he sat on 580 for a while.
Be honest, he's on Highway 25.
He might be.
No, 580 is worse.
I haven't spoken to him in a bit.
Okay. We will hear from him.
So
in the
we're going to
future.
pull G3?
Yes, please.
Thank
and,
you.
And we can move it to next week.
Is there a consensus from the council?
Oh, sorry.
on that? We'll move it
Sure.
to the future
Yes.
meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. G4.
Good evening, council members. Wanted to give you a report back on an item that came before you on June 17th. I requested and you appropriated approximately $61,000 for 20 additional radar speed limit signs. They have all been installed except for 2. We gave priority to the school sites. So there should be one pretty much any way you're approaching any school at this time. And then we are holding 2 in reserve in anticipation of North Street opening.
Can I ask something
Yes.
of you? Can we put those in downtown on San Benito Street?
Not my 2 on North.
No, and I don't mind, I love these signs, and I don't mind if we have to come back and ask for more funds.
We do have one on San
love
Benito
that idea.
Street, actually down near your house, I think.
Right in the core
Not near my
downtown,
house.
so people really see
You're
how,
right.
how
I couldn't
fast you're
agree with
driving.
you more on that.
Yeah, and we'll pick up 2 more for you.
Okay.
Hey, I tell you, these keep you honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's important.
How much are they a piece?
$5,000 a piece, I think.
Or 30 something.
These-
What if it pleases the council, what we can maybe do is come back and look. I think they are relatively helpful. I think they do get people's attention. So maybe if it pleases the council, we can come back with an appropriation for say another 10 more. We can put them. When
I
they
would like
come
to
up.
get some on the major arterials, because I prioritize the school sites. I still don't have some on some of the major streets.
On North Street, you'll put them on the downslope, right? Okay, that's where they really pick it up. That's a
Absolutely.
big hill.
Okay.
People are really
Okay,
concerned
so
with that. I get
we'll
calls.
try to identify some more, and we'll come to you with a reasonable request. So
Thank you.
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's a good use of our
Go get all
resources,
over.
our funding for those.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's go on to, do we have any speaker cards on that? By the way?
No, Mr. Mayor?
We'll move to item G5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you requested, this will be we'll do a general plan update for you folks at every council meeting now, whether we have anything huge to report or not. So since this is the first one, I have a few things that I'd like to mention. First off is, as you know, several months ago, the city of Hollister received 3 proposals from various consultants to work on the general plan update. I think it was recommended to staff to go ahead and re-release the RFP, RFQ to seek out other consultants to try to get the pool a little bit bigger of qualified firms to help us go through this process. In about the beginning of August, we actually extended the deadline for those RFPs because we added a little bit of scope of work. We added a couple items to the scope of work that we wanted the consultants' assistance with. It turns out at the time of the closing, we really only received 1
RFP. So we have one qualified request for proposal. The request is from EMC. EMC does a lot of work in the city of Hollister. They're a very qualified firm. We went through the proposal. We haven't opened up envelope B yet, but we have gone through, it is a good proposal. They are the firm that actually finished the county's general plan, so they have obviously some knowledge of that particular document, which could prove to be beneficial in some of those areas where there's an interface between the two agencies. So with that said, I think my first question would be, for those that don't know how it works, when we hire a professional consultant as opposed to hiring a construction firm to do a project, we have the consultant submit their proposal, and then the cost or the fee associated with that proposal goes in a separate sealed envelope. Because the reason behind these firms is that you want to hire the most qualified firm and not necessarily the cheapest firm. It's not like a construction project where we do it the exact opposite way. As I mentioned, we did not open up the envelope B. We wanted to make sure that we were, the council was okay with moving forward with the EMC. We will prepare their contract. We believe that we can have it done on October 7th for your approval with a negotiated contract. With that, I'm assuming that if that's the direction that council gives us this evening, we'll start. Mr. Mayor, when the question came up about the suspension, I think that's a good point. When we get into that, we can have that conversation with the folks from EMC about what methodology we should use to make sure that we get consistent land use approvals, at least consistent with even the general plan when it's going through its update process. They probably have very good ideas about how to do that and how they've done it in the past. So essentially that's what I have as a report for the general plan. One other thing is that we did receive one application for the community member at large as far as for the general plan advisory committee. I think we've extended that until
The original deadline was September 5th, but we did put a caveat on that it would be, we would accept applications until filled. We also need Parks and Rec, so we have that one out there too. So I'm not sure what district.
District 1.
So
Replacing
Carol, if you have
Elizabeth.
anybody in mind, you can send our way with an app or.
Sure.
Okay.
So at the next meeting, we can have the appointment of the application that we have, because it'll be after September 5th. If you want us to continue to reach out to folks that may be a citizen member on that particular committee, just we'll do however the council wants.
I can't believe so many people are so unhappy in this community and we can't even get any GPAC applications. Come on.
It is a commitment.
Well, yeah, but so many people are unhappy. I think you'd be jumping at the chance to steer the general plan.
Okay. Vice Mayor Richmond?
Thank you. Couple of things about this. Number one is, I was at the time, first of all, I withdraw my request to be the citizen member of the GPAC committee that I put in.
Yeah, we already threw your name out.
Okay. Secondly, I expect this to be an extraordinarily contentious general plan update. Any of you that were here earlier tonight know why I'm saying that, or many other things. And I saw EMC work at the San Benito County Board of Supervisors during a period when they were having extraordinarily contentious issues. And I thought they did a little magic by getting people to agree in general on what to do and to move forward. So I am biased in their favor. For anybody who wants it for the record, none of them are related to me. None of them have ever bought me a cup of coffee, and the Ferrari they gave me is in a private garage, okay? So I am biased in their favor because I've seen them operate under pressure in a contentious atmosphere, and I thought they did an amazing job of getting people to focus on the issues and get off everything else. So I would be very happy with EMC. I hope their proposal, the cost of their proposal is somewhere within our ability to to fund, and I also encourage members of the public, and not just people who are in the real estate industry, and not just people who are in the development industry, and not just people who have some personal stake in it. I encourage just general members of the public to find the time and get on the committee, and it's a real commitment, as the city manager said, and it's difficult work. So I encourage you to apply and get on the committee. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Bill?
Yes.
You mentioned originally there was 3.
Somebody asked me today who the original 3 were.
Mark Paxton.
Huh?
It was Mark Paxton.
Oh,
talking about
the consultants or the GPAC people?
The GPAC, the
Oh.
general plan.
No,
Okay, so the firms that
Something
originally
different.
applied was EMC, Michael Baker, and I think MIG, who did our current general plan. Those were the 3, and only EMC continued on. And
What
provided-
was the change that discouraged the others?
I don't think there was a change. I think they're just, everybody's busy, honestly. I mean, that's, most firms, I think, that would be embarking in a general plan update like ours, do a lot of CEQA and other private planning projects, and with the economy the way it is, and I think that's where where most of their time is at. And so with EMC, I think one of the good things about them is that we do have Michael Graves and Sally Rideout and some of those folks that have done a lot of stuff in town already, so they're relatively familiar and I think can get up to speed pretty quickly about sort of the goings on in our community. So I'm actually pretty excited about, but like I said, I'll that will end up being probably staff's recommendation, but if the council wants us to go back out and release the RFP, we certainly can do that too.
I'm concerned about, I think we need fresh ideas. I'm not saying they're not a good firm, but they've been here for a while, they've worked the county. I'm not hearing raves about the county's deal there. I know they worked hard. I'm not saying they're not good. It just would be nice to have a different perspective from somebody that's not intertwined into all this already. They can come in and say, hey, we worked over here, and here's some ideas of what's going on. Give us something new. So I would be more in favor of going and putting it back out and trying one more time to see if we have anything.
Okay, and just for the audience and for you folks, I should be clear. When I said EMC did the county's general plan, and Marty might be able to correct me because he's probably a little bit more familiar to it than I am, but I believe they had a consultant that got about 90% through it, and then EMC had to finish it for whatever reason. I don't know what the reason was, but okay.
I remember it.
Yeah,
I remember it.
That is correct. They had a consultant. The consultant certainly didn't do 90% of it.
Oh, okay.
Nowhere near 90% of it. I don't remember how that collapsed exactly, but it certainly collapsed. Okay, that consultant, whoever it was, so I'm not picking on anybody, was incapable of getting people over their personal prejudices, and I thought that was EMC's, and I know that's not the primary problem with the general plan, but in our case, it's going to be the primary problem. Let's be honest. So. Somebody who can get everybody in the same box together is worth their weight in gold, based on the way we operate. Thank you.
So if we had 3 and then we ended up with 1, what were the added things that were added on that they decided they didn't have time to wait for us or something? So you had 3.
I think when we had 3, I think part of it is that I think we just wanted to have a larger pool. So we essentially sent out the same RFP. I think we just added a couple of minor things and just added 2 weeks. So it wasn't substantial. It was just some small things. And it could have been related to greenhouse gas or something along those lines.
That's unfortunate that we had 3 and we went to 1. Okay.
Yeah, and that's why I'd like to try it again and put it back out again, because when you come down to 1, that's not a good sign.
But if
tough
they're
choices.
qualified,
Well, I know, but let's try it again.
if you come earnestly with a solution and not just trying to get at something that you want by yourself, It has to be all 5 of us agreeing on who we're gonna pick.
Yeah, well, I agree with that. I think we just have to, not just settle for the one, so. I'd just say try it one more time, and if that is, it is what it is.
Okay. I have no objection to going out and trying it one more time or 5 more times. I'm going to point out that it's going to add an enormous amount of time to this operation, and we've been talking about not getting this off the ground for so long. It seems to be mired in concrete, but sure, want to go out one more time? Okay, and I'm willing to go out 10 more times if necessary. But if I decide to go out, if I vote to go out one more time or 10 more times, I'm stopping the clock. And I'm certainly not going to vote to stop accepting applications if we're in the stall mode. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, Billy. It just seems very limiting and disappointing to just have one person to pick from. And my question would be like, were you here during the last general plan update? And is this a common occurrence that you're only going to have one person applying for the proposal?
I believe in 2003 or so when we started the last process, we probably had 4 or 5 consultants. What has happened is Michael Baker, if you've heard of that firm, they acquired several smaller firms over the last couple of years. So when you see a Michael Baker type of product, you got to remember that there was several little planning shops up and down the state of California that got consumed by that larger agency, and Michael Baker now does a lot of stuff. But what we can do, if it sounds like it's kind of the consensus of the council, what we can certainly do is we'll have planning go out, and first and foremost, I want to make sure that EMC knows that it's not as a result of what their fee schedule was or anything like that. So we'll send that back to them tomorrow, unopened, and we'll let them know that we're going to try to do some direct marketing just to, and I'm sure they'll understand. They can watch this conversation and feel pretty comfortable with what your guys' direction, what the council's direction is, and we'll just try our very best to go back out. And if you want to say a month and try to get something by October 1st, we can certainly try to do that.
That's fair.
Is that fair?
It seems promising. Let's just do some really heavy marketing. Let's just cast our net wide and see if we can bring.
We'll direct call. I think we direct called folks in the past, and we may ask, what is the issue?
Didn't we already do that?
Huh?
Didn't we already
I
do
believe
that?
I believe we did, but one of the things I don't think we asked at the time that we didn't get any RFPs is why was it that you didn't respond? And maybe that's a better question for them. If they're honest and say, look, we don't want to commit to a 2-year project if we know we're not going to be able to put the man hours required to put the project together. I mean, honestly, they live on their reputation, right? So they're not going to take a job that they really honestly can't finish. So we'll see if that might be it.
That's a very good question to be asking.
Yeah.
And they see us as contentious, which isn't good.
Well, I'm sure they see it all the time. Okay? Is that consensus?
Yeah, is there any other questions that you may have on the general plan or the process?
I just appreciate you bringing it up and updating us all the time.
We'll have this as a regular item, and I'll report back to you at the next council as to our direct marketing efforts, and we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
Good.
And we'll move to G6.
Transit occupancy tax, council member Spencer and myself are on the ad hoc committee. We had a meeting. I wrote a report. The reason I wrote the report is because I did most of the data collection, which, something you can do if you don't have a job like me. Sit home and do that. You have a copy of the report. Yes. I do not plan on discussing it in any detail whatsoever. I wanted to get it to the members of the council and available to the public in advance of our recommendation and moving on with it. So there's the report. You can take it home and check the numbers or ask and come back and ask questions. I'm hoping next meeting we'll be able to move on it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any questions?
I would just like to say thank you, Marty, for all your diligent work on this. He really worked hard on this, and I was at work, so thank you, Marty, very much.
You're welcome, and let's all thank the internet.
I do have a quick question. Looking at the report, I didn't see the number. I saw that you had the number of the financial impact that's coming into the different cities, but can we get a comparison to the different number of hotels as well? I think that would be helpful for each city.
As a matter of fact, I have that, but I did not put it in, but I will take that data and print it out for you.
That's a
Thank
very-
you.
Very good point. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
All right. We'll move on. HIJK, no business. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, we had a good meeting, 9:29.
Before you leave, did you read that from
Good.
That stressed to you and me. We need to make a decision to send us the bill.
Oh, yeah, no, I sent it back. Yeah, I sent it back.
What did you tell me?
Bring it back to closed session.
Okay,
We can all
fine.
meet. That way we're not going back.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
I remember you saying that before.
I just didn't know you, I just didn't know.